call, please.
Present. All supervisors are present.
Okay. Next, we'll have citizens' comments, and I just want to read a little something before you come up to the podium. And when you do come up to the podium, if there's a number of people, would you kindly just line up behind each other? Any citizens wishing to speak has 5 minutes. Commentators must provide their name and address for the record before making their comments. Please refrain from using vulgar or profane language, and do not attack, threat, or comment directly at any individual. Please, thank you. So, any citizens' comments?
Well, paid to come early. Get to test the microphone. Terry Ruck, 8815 Lakeshore Drive, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. My name is Terry Ruck, and my husband Kurt and I are residents of Kenosha County. First, we sometimes forget to say it, or maybe we've not said it often enough, but thank you, each one of you, for your dedication to our community and your personal sacrifices. We are grateful for your commitment. So Kurt and I are here this evening to respectfully ask that the HR Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion position be included in the budget. KUSD, our local colleges, and many businesses all have a dedicated DEI position, including Racine County. Commendably, you have already committed support through the creation of a new Racial, Ethnic, and Equity Commission. Adding a professional who is dedicated to DEI is now logical and crucial to ensure the Commission's objectives are achieved. A qualified individual is trained for the issues at hand, has a unique perspective, and can be a beacon to our community, sending a clear message that all are welcome in Kenosha County. This person can add an equity lens to decisions, including policies, communications, training, and hiring. While just a first step, it will be an ability to provide structure to identify and resolve institutional racism historically shaped and embedded in our systems. We do not need to fear examining our practices. Inequalities discovered can be unveiled to create equitable outcomes for everyone. So besides the obvious benefits to our citizens, such a vote will send a message to the public at large. Kenosha is serious about enacting change. We've held conversations, we have listened, and it's time for action. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cameron Swallow. I've lived in Kenosha for a little over 4 years since my husband became president at Carthage College. I now teach in a YMCA after-school program with students from Lincoln Middle School. And I see daily, very clearly, that many obstacles faced by my students are the effects of long-standing inequities in our society. Many of those inequities we, and I include myself in that we are only now learning how to see. Because all our lives we've been asked and expected not to see those inequities. A diversity, equity, and inclusion officer can help us learn how to see what is unfair and can help us talk about how to level the field in practical ways. Such a position may be only a symbol to some, but a visible symbol of our priorities is very powerful, especially in Kenosha and especially right now. With the national spotlight trained back on our town, we need some visible symbols of working for racial justice. We owe it to my students at Lincoln and to all our children.
Jack Rose, 4315 68th Street, Kenosha. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the County Board, I've been here before and I will continue to show up in support of our Human Services budget. I'm here representing the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Our whole role is to improve the quality of life of people living with mental illness. We do that through advocacy, education, support. We promote recovery. As you know, there is no cure, but there is recovery. And we continually fight the stigma. You all represent the core of the funding that provides this support to Kenosha County. We continually need that funding to go forward. We all need to work as a community to improve our mental health treatment here in Kenosha. We are fortunate to have a Kenosha County treatment court. We are only 2 of the 72 counties in Wisconsin that have a court that deals with co-occurring situations. In other words, substance abuse and mental illness. We should be proud of that as we go forward. We have a solid crisis intervention team training program here that's provided through NAMI at no cost to our Sheriff's Department, our Police Department, and since 2010, we have 255 officers and deputies have gone through this program. And under the COVID umbrella, if we ever needed it, we need it more right now. We also have crisis intervention partners training, which is a 2-day course that anybody can go in. We have used that for our dispatchers. So when somebody calls in an emergency and requests a CIT officer, they'll know what they're talking about. This is extremely important, and we've trained over 1,015 folks in our crisis intervention partners training. We have started that training again. We just had a CIT course in September, the 13th through the 17th. We're going to have an advanced CIT course on November 8th. We will have a CIP class coming up in December, and we're going to have another CIT class again in January 21st and 25th. So we're doing this, we will continue to do this, but you go back to the core and the funding starts here for human services, and we need to work as a community. We need to come together. Our Kenosha Community Health Center needs to come together, and we need to continue to strive to get an inpatient psychiatric facility here in our community. Thank you very much.
Hello and good evening. My name is Shalonda Black, and I'm a resident of Kenosha County, address 4506 17th Avenue. I'm also an employee here in Kenosha County. I'm a supervisor for child support. I'm here today to stand in strong support of the creation and funding for a full-time, standalone equity, diversity, and inclusion coordinator position for Kenosha County. Just as the Racial Equity Commission was formed to take an external look at the county, a full-time DEI coordinator position is needed to take an internal look at how equitable our county policies and procedures are, and most importantly, hold each and every one of us accountable to the much-needed transformation. I was also told that before you go trying to help others and point fingers at what's going on outside, you have to first look at yourself on the inside. Before you go analyzing others and recommending what folks need to be doing on the outside, you have to first take a sure look at what you're doing to make sure you're doing it right on the inside. So if the commission is working on transforming what's outside the doors and walls of the Kenosha County buildings, who's going to be working just as proactively and intently on the inside to develop and transform our policies and practices into equitable and inclusive ones? What's going to normalize a new county culture that values, embraces, and welcomes cultural diversity, racial diversity, and inclusion and equity? Who's going to say, hey, Kenosha County employees, you're not fully representative of the people you serve, let's fix it? Who's going to say, hey, Kenosha County employees, you don't have racial diversity within your management team, let's fix it? Who's going to say, hey, Kenosha County employees, you're not recruiting in racially diverse venues to attract diversity into your workforce, let's explore better opportunities? Who's going to say, hey, Kenosha County employees, all staff are not getting the same opportunities for trainings and promotions as they should. Let's take a look at that and fix it. Who's also going to say, hey, Kenosha County employees, there's a division that seemingly has its own set of rules and seemingly operates way outside the norms and has robbed certain staff of dignity and respect. Let's talk to the people and get some training there, and let's restructure policy. I'm also a member of the Diversity Task Force that the county formed last year. The things that I just mentioned are real. They were expressed as concerns by a diverse group of employees who volunteered their time to give honest perspective of what they see, what they know, and what they have experienced in their own workplace backyards. But do you know what the beauty of the task force was? Not only was it a beautiful mix of race, black, white, and brown, but it was almost therapeutic for some of those who came to the task force and found it to be a safe place to download and share things that they experienced in their own work environment. By the end of the session, staff who came in with the heaviest hearts and most challenging experiences were thankful for the support that the task force offered. And what was even more profound were all the great ideas and recommendations that came from the members to help move the county forward with a more equitable mindset. One of the suggestions from the group is the reason I'm here tonight, and that is to advocate for a dedicated, standalone, full-time DEI coordinator position. You simply cannot give limited part-time focus to full-time concerns and issues. I believe it's time that we clean up our own backyard, Kenosha County Board. If the world around us is changing and embracing a shift in mindset and sees the value in giving focus to DEI, then why not us, and why not now, and what makes us different? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Fullen, 6910 2nd Avenue, longtime resident, Kenosha County. I stand in support of addressing equity, inclusion, and diversity within Kenosha County Human Resource Department and all departments across county government. I stand in support of the budget that includes a coordinator position to assure that we reach these goals and support the county's recently formed Racial and Ethnic Commission. As a white, male, heterosexual, highly educated, able-bodied person, I've realized that I've made decisions based on my implicit bias. I have pre-reflective assumptions and attitudes that were formed in my experience, present and past, that involve privilege. I define privilege as an unearned power based on historical inequities. Upon reflection and study, I believe acknowledging my bias brings me to see my role in the world differently. I want a safe and connected community. This is the reason I'm supporting diversity and equity coordinator position. I want to live in a world that's inclusive and respects diversity. I want to live in a county that does the same thing. If we don't have a county government that advocates for inclusion, we will be missing the strength of having all voices and equal participation from all in our community. So Kenosha should include policies and practices that support equity and diversity. I want a county government that promotes all gender participation and advancement. I want a county government that knocks down ageism and supports contributions from the perspective of young and elderly. I want a county government that supports and employs Black, Indigenous, people of color. The county government must reflect the diversity of the communities they represent and those who live in our community. I want a county government that supports and employs people with physical and cognitive challenges. I want to recognize and benefit from their talents and perspective. And I don't want to risk not having their talent. I want a county government that supports and employs people of all faiths, as well as non-believers. Separation of church and state is well served with such an approach and is supported by the First Amendment. I want a county government that supports and employs lesbian, non-binary, gay, transgendered, and queer persons. Only through this support can our community grow as a loving home. We all have a role to stand up for a peaceful and more just path to our future. Standing for policy and structure in our government that creates this future is my voice tonight. Having a talented equity and diversity coordinator can help us all accomplish the important vision of a just and fair workplace that enriches and supports our community. Please consider including this in the budget tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm short. I have to move this down. Good evening, and thank you very much for your time. My name is Claribel Camacho. I reside at 5400 26th Street here in Kenosha. I vote in Ward number 22. And I have been happily a resident of Kenosha for 21 years after residing in Racine County for 13 years. I worked and retired from Racine County Human Services Department after being a public servant for 31 years. I have the honor and the privilege to administer the Income Maintenance Consortium with Daryl Green and Nina Taylor. They were wonderful colleagues. My children attended Summers, Bullen, and Bradford High School. My oldest one is finishing his doctorates in chemistry, organic chemistry, and mathematics. My youngest one did business and mathematics and serves as a quality control person for a cancer research company in Kenosha, in Madison. And why am I telling you this? Because in recent years, a very well-known politician referred to Latinx or Hispanics as rapists and as drug dealers. Obviously, my family and many of those who also are part of my family and friends were not such. This opened up an incredible amount of public concern and public opinion about people like me and other minority groups. I'm glad that Racine County had and took on the task to ensure that employees and those who we served were served correctly and treated with equity. I just wanted to share something quickly too about the continuous effort Racine County has. And as you may know, Racine County's budget passed yesterday with no opposition, 18-0. And I just wanted to read a little insert from my former boss, the Racine County executive, Jonathan De La Grave. he talks about listening to both local and national discussions on racial equity and improvements. Their 2022 budget includes $100,000, and this is on the Racine County website, includes $100,000 for race and equity training. They have a community impact and diversity coordinator, a good friend, Pastor Melvin Hargrove. They also have an affirmative action officer. I just wanted to share with you that as a minority, I didn't think that having an affirmative action officer had to, or gave me the liberty to do whatever I was in case somebody's thinking that there is some protections regardless of the behavior of an employee. This is protecting the rights as others read before and the equal treatment of all employees. Reading on in other counties, you will see that they also have diversity, equity, and inclusion officers and affirmative action employees in their HR departments. I have here a list, but I only have 3 minutes, and I want to be respectful of your time and everybody's time here. So I'm here in support of this position. This position not only provides and watches over the rights and provides a safe environment, but it also provides education to all, that we're all created equal, as our Constitution stated. So again, I'm here in support, and I hope that you look into this as well as a tool to educate and be a leader when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barb Farrar. I'm the Executive Director of the Lgbt Center of Southeast Wisconsin. I currently live in Racine, but I resided in Kenosha for 11 years. I'm here in support of the diversity, equity, and inclusion position. I think it is critical at this point in time of Kenosha's history, as well as the nation and the global history, that we represent voices that have been unheard for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I also come from, I'm not going to repeat all of the beautiful statements that have already been said in support of this position, but I am going to speak from a position of my previous job, which was a human resources manager, and I did recruiting here in the Kenosha area for 6 years. And I'd just like to say that every municipality, every county, every organization has woken up and realize the importance of a diversity, equity, and inclusion position. I've also seen these positions fail when they're not given the proper attention, when they're not given the proper salary, when they're not given the proper authority to actually pull people together and make true change, which I believe is what's at risk here. And I think that the county supervisors will make the right decision to bring on a position, and I do hope that you bring it at the level so that they're able to have leadership and be able to make true change, not just training, but really be able to solve some of the problems that we all know we all have, especially, you know, as a white person, I can certainly say that we have a long way to go, and that's around race, gender, sexual orientation, ability status. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens? You step up to the podium.
First, let me thank you for the opportunity to address the board once again. I'm Brian Bashaw, 25910 31st Street, Brighton. Last night I stated that I acted as a coward when I did not address the board during public comments. Specifically, I did not address the diversity and inclusion coordinator role amidst a large group who were proponents. I did take the opportunity during the next meeting, however, as I was quite frustrated with my failure. However, when I did so, a board supervisor laughed and made a comment to the supervisor next to him. Both then laughed. This was the most offensive act I could imagine from this board. Yes, this board, as the chair did not address the egregious, inappropriate action of a supervisor. Robert's Rules of Order, respect. Unfortunately is a soft way to respond. Reprehensible is a more accurate way. Now for my thoughts. I heard several compelling and well-structured arguments from citizens who spoke last night and tonight. I agree with many of the points that were made. We must act as a colorblind county. We must be inclusive of all of our citizens. We must eliminate those actors who apply unabashed biases to their hiring, management, and promotional responsibilities. However, entrenching these very behaviors into our Kenosha County government with the creation of this position is not the right response. I heard multiple speakers state that we need to apply racial hiring preferences. This was last night, stating that we do not have enough minorities in the county positions. I'm going to use a name from a speaker, Adeline. Adeline? Thank you. I appreciate what you said last night. During your time in the county as an employee, employment of black minorities reached 15% of the overall. That's significant, especially as the county's black population represents 7.57% of the overall. It seems like we're representing minorities. My wife's American Indian. She's Cherokee and Sioux. I don't get on the wrong side very often. You see, Kenosha is a diverse community representing many cultures, heritages from every part of the world, political and philosophical ideas, and lifestyles. Each one of our residents are represented through unbiased government and departmental leadership, and all are fully protected by their constitutional and legal rights as citizens. Establishing a diversity and inclusion coordinator is a clear pathway to elimination of constitutional legal protections afforded to every citizen, as the position is tasked, and maybe it's the verbiage that's used in it, is tasked with promoting or elevating specific affinity groups or ethnic groups over others in our community. That's unacceptable in a country where we are all equal under the law. A diversity and inclusion coordinator may sound like a good idea, but it implies that our government leaders, department heads, human resources personnel are acting, effectively executing hiring practices which are illegal, as they must be establishing hiring preferences. If this is true, I suggest that this board work aggressively and with extreme prejudice to terminate these county employees. I said that last night as well. It's unacceptable. I do not believe, based on the limited data, that this is the case, however. Perhaps a more deliberate investigation and development of data is required, not a response that is rushed to placate a vocal minority of our citizens. What I do see this position creating is an extreme bias, as the county will hire by preference, establishing illegal hiring practices as a county principal promoted by employee of the Kenosha County. Perhaps the underlying issue is the stated job description. Establishing a role that entrenches bias rather than taking time to identify issues and to address them. And several tonight said that's really what the role should be doing, identify underlying issues and then address them. I heard citizens say that they are not represented on the board. Perhaps with the new map that you've adopted, they'll challenge you for your positions. Might be a good thing. Eliminating the problem through active engagement. Perhaps more minorities will apply for county positions. More schools will provide school-to-work training programs. More job center training will be focused toward preparing future employees. There are many strategies that can be employed without falling into the pit of quota-based hiring, establishing government-sponsored bias. I see that Supervisor Berg believes that there are 11 other supervisors who will vote for this amendment. Let me be clear, I and many citizens of Kenosha County oppose establishing this position under any circumstance. As I did last night, I held my voice, as a threat through intimidation keeps many silent. Do not confuse silence for lack of resolve or engagement. I urge you not to make this mistake. Having a position that identifies wrongs in our community is not a bad thing. But draft a job description and build the position properly. Don't put Kenosha in a situation to repeat or create the same evils we're trying to get rid of. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel Adeline Green, 6730 111th Avenue, Kenosha, Wisconsin. I did speak last night. I feel compelled to correct a statement that you said that I made. I said that when I started in 1995, there were 6% people of color. I did not say there were black people. I said people of color. And by the time I finished, there were 12%, not 15% black people, 12% people of color. I just want to make that distinction. And I looked at the stats today, the demographics of Kenosha County. There are 12.5% Hispanics currently living in Kenosha County, 7.5% black, and the other 5% are a mix of Asian, Hawaiian, Natives, et cetera, et cetera. The Kenosha County population is 75% white and 25% people of color, which includes blacks, but is not exclusive to blacks. So I just wanted to make that clarification. I don't want to be misquoted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens wishing to speak?
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Felt. I live at 3807 Van Buren Road in Kenosha. But more important than where I live is where I work. I work here for you. I've been a manager with Human Services for 32 years. I know truly we need help creating a work environment where people of color can thrive. We need to attract the best and the brightest staff for the challenges ahead. They are looking for places where they can excel, where they can see they'll be supported, and where we've done the work. No one here wants to admit how we have failed our black and brown colleagues. Mostly, we don't really know how we've failed them, but we have. The exceptions are people of color who made it despite our culture, not because of it. It's been easy for me to thrive in this job that I love because the structure was built for me by people just like me. But I'm not your future. Please help us help others and restore the DEI position. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? My name is Daryl Green. I live at 6730 111th Avenue here in Kenosha. And I'm here to ask the board to put the DEI position back into the budget. 25 years ago, I was recruited by a minority-owned business to come to work here in Kenosha. When I arrived here, I thought Kenosha was a beautiful city, and I still think so today. But one of the things I quickly realized was a lack of diversity here, particularly in the roles of leadership and key positions. And guess what? That hasn't changed in 25 years. In both county and city government, there has not been a person of color as a department head for either city or government entities. Now, last night you heard Adeline Green, which is my wife, talk about how hard she had to work to increase the numbers of people of color working for the county. But did you know that in 2000, when Adeline became the director of workforce development, she was the very first person of color at a division head in this county, the very first in 2000. She was the only one until 2008. And then we had two directors of divisions, two people of color in division directors. But there's another level above that position. And in the 25 years I've been here, there's never been anyone hired in those positions. Not one time. You heard Mr. Simmons last night talk about having to go to Illinois to be hired as a police officer. Even though he passed all the tests here, he couldn't get hired. I know of several people of color who couldn't get hired in Kenosha, and they went to other communities, and they got hired, and quickly rose to positions with greater authority and responsibility. We let that talent get away from us. So why am I telling you this? Well, one, because you didn't know it. Most people in this city don't know what's going on when it comes to hiring practices in the county and the city. And because people of color, they won't come to Kenosha. They won't come to this beautiful place because there's little or no growth opportunities in Kenosha for people of color. And I ask you, and I challenge all of you, when you go home tonight, you just think about who's in the leadership positions in this city and how long have they been there and how many people of color have been in these leadership positions. The young look at this place. When these young graduates graduate from college, we talk to them and say, hey, why don't you stay here in Kenosha? We could use your talent. I won't stay here in Kenosha. Why would I stay here? There's no growth opportunity for me here in Kenosha, so why would I stay here? And I'm not just talking about people of color. I'm talking about everyone, because there's no diversity in Kenosha, particularly at the level of the leadership. And why is that? Because there are barriers. There are a lot of barriers for people getting hired in these positions that I'm talking about. If we had, and you hire a DEI person, they can help break down some of those barriers. That person would be responsible to you and the county executive to bring the issues that these barriers represent and how we can break them down. I've heard people talk about the Racial Equity Ethnic Commission. I'm a member of that. But we're looking externally, and I don't work for the county. I'm a volunteer. You're not paying me to do this job. I'm doing it because I think we want to make a difference here in Kenosha. We want to make Kenosha a diverse city. I would also recommend that if you put this back in the budget, please put it back in as a standalone position. This individual needs to have that authority to be able to walk upstairs to the county exec and tell them what the issue is. So he or she can have that authority to do that. Put her in HR, let her talk to the HR. They need to work together anyway. But she needs to have, or he needs to have, that authority to be able to go straight up to the county exec. Now, I heard the term intimidation factor was used last night, and the gentleman just mentioned that he used that term. And let me tell you what intimidation is. Intimidation is working for an organization, and every time you go to the meeting, you're the only person of color in that meeting. And for a long time, a very long time, when I first came to Kenosha, I thought I was hot stuff. Every time I go to a meeting, hey, Daryl, how you doing? Hi, Daryl, how you doing? And I was thinking, man, everybody knows me. I'm the king of the hill here. Until my wife told me, you're the only person of color there, so it's easy to remember your name. And she's right. And that brought me down a big notch. So I ask you again, let's move Kenosha forward by uniting instead of dividing. Please put this back into the budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. How y'all doing? Pretty good. So my name is Brian Gonzalez. I live on 7th Avenue in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And if you can tell by my last name, I am one of those minorities that are being talked about. I happen to work for one of the local police departments. And it has been my experience throughout my career that I've been treated just fine. That myself have always tried to treat people the way I want to be treated. You see, I don't want to be treated any differently because I'm a, quote, minority. I'm first and foremost a Christian, which means I am a citizen of heaven first and foremost. That's where my faith lies. That's where I am a citizen first and foremost. So I will stand for my Christian principles long before I stand for anything about the way God created me as a minority. We whip this term around oftentimes as if though white people should feel guilty about minorities. The fact remains is we were all created equal. The fact remains I would hope that I would obtain my position and got my job because of the content of my character. I had to take a test with 1,000 other guys, like 1,200 guys, and I was picked with maybe 3 others for that position. Was it because I was a minority? Well, I'll feel pretty bad if that's the case. I'm not really sure if the county's job is to create a position to show minorities some kind of bright and stirring light that we're supposed to look up to this person in some sort of position, as if though I myself couldn't obtain that position because there was somebody up there that doesn't look like me. I take offense to that. Very offended. My family came up here from Texas, picked in the fields. My dad drove tractors. He was a Vietnam vet, made it through AMC, made his way through the military. He did it because he had work ethic. He did it because of the content of his character. I applaud the fact that you took out that position because I quite honestly don't see how the citizens of this county will benefit from a position that shows us as being what? We're all citizens of Kenosha County. Last year during the riots, I worked amongst all kinds of people and got along with them all. And what I saw was people of color, white folks, everybody supporting what they wanted the most here in Kenosha. And that was for their town not to burn down. So I'm not quite sure if it's government's job to make us all feel good about ourselves. As a matter of fact, I take offense as a, quote, minority that you would even try. I applaud the fact that you took that position out of the budget. And I'd rather see it applied to some of the mental illness things and things that people had talked about in here. You see, I'm about to run for a top position in this county. And I bet you my position won't get me many votes because of the position I'm taking right now. And I'm running as a, quote, minority. But I don't want that. I want people who are going to vote for me because of the content of my character, because of what I'm going to run on. And all you folks, I can applaud you for the fact, and I would urge you to keep that position out of the budget, because again, I don't feel it's government's job to put on high something that somebody's supposed to obtain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Timothy Tompkins. I live at 5121 29th Avenue, Kenosha, Wisconsin. I am the former affirmative action officer for the city of Kenosha, and I am the only African-American HR director in a state, federal, or local municipality in the last 25 years in the state of Wisconsin. And I'm still that only person here today. You know, one of the things about this position, it's not about having a campaign speech because I'm running for an office, or talking to you because of my fact that I'm a police officer or anything else. I hired police officers for over 37 years before I retired. I served in the United States military. My father, my grandfather, my brothers, all of us. All of us are part of this community and serve this community. The Office of Equity and Diversity is not just about, Adeline was a gatekeeper. See, one of the things that I learned over 37 years that when those people are given the responsibility to make those decisions, they don't make them. They continue to hire people who look just like them. I had 11 members of one family working at a city that I was working at. We had a nepotism policy. I had a public works director who had his son working for him under a different last name. See, that is what opportunity provides. That is what institutional racism does. See, Adeline was a gatekeeper. While Adeline was there, she changed the things. She made a difference because the individuals weren't making those decisions. It didn't just happen. Because without her work before she came there, she said it was 6%. Things like this require effort. They require someone to work on these things. It doesn't just happen. Diversity, it infuses and requires each and every one of us to be better. It brings the best of us, not only in the military and everywhere else that they've known, and utilize those things to grow. The numbers speak for itself. Look at Kenosha, you look at Racine. We're living in some of the worst communities in the United States for people of color. And we're saying that it's just going to happen. It hasn't. You need help. You need guidance. And you need people in a position with the integrity and authority to help you reach those conclusions without being possessed or being pushed by the demographics or the dynamics or speeches where I'm running for office that have absolutely nothing to do with the position or how I'm being treated. It's about the opportunities that I'm being provided as I move forward. This is about creating opportunities. We have people of color, 88% of people in our colleges are leaving Wisconsin. Why? Look at the numbers. We have 1, 2, 3 of the 3 worst cities in America in southeast Wisconsin. Do you think somebody wants to come home to that, knowing that? I have my master's degree. I graduated from Carthage College. I'm a part of this community. I understand the education and the things that can come to you. I've been lucky. I've been blessed. I worked at the Pentagon. I graduated at the top of my class. I didn't get to the top because of my color. I got there because I busted my ass. And to hear somebody say that privilege is going to happen because of my color, that's what's insulting. To come up here and say that God is going to give me a chance where we sit in a Christian community where those opportunities have not happened is insulting. That's the problem. And to defy and say up here, oh my God, God is doing something. How insulting. That's the problem. Let's focus on why we're here. We're here to help people in this community move forward. We're here to address the problems that are going on. We're here to create opportunities. And if I'm going to run for office, I'll come up here and I'll use this podium for a speech for myself next time. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yolanda Adams, 5717 35th Avenue, here in Kenosha. Lived here since I was 2, and I'm past retirement, so I'm not going to say how old I am. But I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I have my Latino Christian brother who spoke about never experienced any racism. Well, I beg to differ with my family. We've experienced 4 generations right here in Kenosha. My father, my brothers and sisters, my children, nieces and nephews, and now my grandchildren. So this is an important position. Just because there's been a sink or swim mentality for Latinos, some make it, they swim, and the others sink. Not all have made it. Not all have been as fortunate as my Christian Latino brother to have never experienced discrimination because of their Hispanic surname. I had the name Santos. My brothers had the name Santos. And my father was Jose Santos. My mother was Raquel Santos. Very distinguishable as Latinos. It was not easy. But guess what? We all went to college because my father's dream when he came from San Antonio, Texas, was that all his kids finished high school and they all went to college and that they all had good jobs. My brothers all retired from American Motors. I had an older brother that was a Chrysler executive. But there were struggles along the way. So it's a hard decision when you're talking about budget. I understand that. But it's a needed position. I just want to say 18 years ago, when I was the school board president, we created a position. And we didn't have the money in the budget, per se. But we tried to create 2 positions. One for the coordinator of minority affairs for Latinos, and one for African Americans. And that was a result of a study that was 12 months long that Dr. Kurtz, who was the VP, who was the assistant superintendent, did a 12-month study interviewing Latino students and 12 months interviewing African American students. And their experience was exactly what mine had been when I was in high school. And 30 years had gone by, and it sounded like me answering the questionnaire. Nothing had changed. Nothing had changed. I had the same feelings when I was in high school that the students were feeling in high school at that time. So we invested, we created a position. Unfortunately, it was just one. It wasn't two. And that individual had the responsibility of working with not just the African Americans, but the Latinos. So we actually hired an African American who spoke Spanish, and that was Norris Jones. And he did an excellent job at improving the graduation rate. So to make a long story short, we made the decision to find the money in the budget to create a position that was not a different position with just some bullet points of diversity. No, their primary task should be looking at whatever it is in county government that needs to be corrected so that it's an equitable opportunity for everybody. And we're not talking just about ethnic minorities, we're talking about everybody. And so I would support the position. I think it's important. It worked for our district 18, 19 years ago. We made a difference. And I think that you'll see that, it will have been an investment and worth the money, and will make Kenosha County and Kenosha a better place to live. We don't want a fifth generation. Let's all work together to try to knock down those barriers that still exist today. And actually, to me, it's looking worse than it was even back then with the violence that's going on now against minorities. We're seeing more and more of that. So I do support the position, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Kennedy. I live at 4223 29th Avenue, and I'm represented by the greatest county board supervisor that ever lived, my friend Andy Berg. My job as an elected official, in my opinion, is to maintain or improve the quality of life of my constituents. I feel that's my charge. And when I go about handling the responsibilities as alderman in the city of Kenosha, that's the thing that I'm always driving. That's the piece that's always driving what I do. I take that responsibility very, very serious. I feel I am blessed to be in this position. I feel that God has given me opportunities that I don't deserve, and I don't know why God did it, but I'm grateful for it. You're looking at the son of a black, feminist, militant lesbian. Those places that we went to and we lived in and my mother worked in and places where I went to school, we were not welcomed for any of those boxes that you checked off that I just gave you. And yet, my mother's tax dollars helped support my education. My mother's tax dollars helped support the very police that was harassing her. The equity that she would receive from her tax dollars wasn't there. One of your colleagues used to say, what? Here comes my tax dollars to harass me. I only bring this up to tell you that despite that kind of situation, I still felt it was important to serve. And in serving, try to make things better. I sometimes become angry and upset and don't speak to my higher ideals. Sometimes I throw chairs at people, but that's a different story. Cynicism and distrust has become the currency of the realm in government. August 4th of last year, I think the county board, you guys took a very courageous position. You declared racism as a public health crisis. You joined Brown County, Milwaukee County, Eau Claire County, quite a few other counties in Kenosha in making that declaration. That was courageous. That was inspirational. Sometimes government can be functional, right? That's Let's be real. Most of our job is about really mundane functions. But man, when government can be aspirational, when government can be inspirational, all of a sudden you get a feeling. You feel like this is why you're supposed to be here. In reference to the position tonight, you have a chance to be inspirational. You have a chance to say, hey, we made this declaration in reference to racism being a public health crisis. Now it's time to service that idea. You created the racism commissions and those kinds of things. That's that's amazing that that's happened. I look at the mission of the Racial Equity Commission, and the mission is to realize greater racial equity in Kenosha County through ongoing review of current policies and procedures, and to implement transformative ideas born of research, collaboration, community engagement. That's aspirational. You should be proud of that. What I'm asking you now is to continue to aspire, to continue to inspire. Fund this position, and let us continue to give hope in this community. I'm going to end it with this. The world changed shortly after August 4th in Kenosha. The world changed. But crisis also gives you opportunity. Let's not waste this opportunity. Continue to inspire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Hill, 6913 Fifth Avenue. I serve as the president of Herzing University, and I'm here tonight representing the 4 institutions of higher learning in the Kenosha County area. We collectively wrote a letter in support of the DE&I position that we submitted to the county yesterday. Not only that, we collectively employ more than 1,000 individuals. We educate more than 20,000 individuals, and all 4 of our institutions employ a dedicated individual for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, we realize that our students come to us, we all serve a very diverse student population, and they come to us from a diverse background. And so we can't possibly know all of their influences and how to best serve them. We also know that those students that come from diverse backgrounds, whether it's race, whether it's gender, whether it's sexual orientation, may not feel welcome in a traditional approach. And so we have found tremendous value in our diversity, equity, and inclusion positions, and we strongly advocate for reintroducing that or supporting it in the budget. We work closely with a number of our community partners that are dedicated to improving the educational attainments and the socioeconomic outcomes based on those minority populations. And we're committed as the higher education institutions in working with this individual for the county to assist in their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Laverne Jarris, 324 116th Street, Pleasant Prairie. I spoke yesterday, so I won't speak again, but I just wanted to correct something that was said today. I attended the session yesterday and have heard the speakers today, and no one has advocated for government-sponsored bias. No one of the speakers. What we're talking, the words that have been used are opportunity, equity, inclusion, access. If you look them up in the thesaurus, I don't think you'll see bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens? Any other citizens? Good. Step up behind the podium if you want to speak.
Good evening. Chairman O'Day, Vice Chair Monica Uhas, members of the County Board. Good evening. My name is Tim Mahone, the President of Mahone Strategies and the Chair of the Mary Lou and Arthur F. Mahone Fund. It's been a long week since I received the call that this position was taken out of the budget request. And I'm here to support that position. And it's hard to script. I support many of the comments here tonight about the influences and the gaps.
Tim, get a little closer to the mic.
Gaps of our students and opportunities in our community. And it was hard for me to try to talk about the human side of this, and yet you have to talk about the business side of it. And first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I'm going to go on and off script because when you hear additional things that you wanted to talk about, it influences how you want to shape the discussion moving forward. So forgive me if I weave in and out. But it is important to talk about the work of the Mahone Fund and the work that my mom and dad did in this community to improve opportunities and access for all people, regardless of race, creed, gender, color, sexual orientation. All people. And when my mother passed, and many people who are here supported that effort for the Mahone Middle School to be built. The purpose we wanted that school to be built was for generations to understand the compassion that my mother had in an immigrant community with Italians and blacks and Polish and Germans, Jewish, all genders, all society coming together to improve this community. I grew up in a neighborhood like that. The Cavellis, a strong Italian family. The Pepitones, Tony Loft, the German family. The Janssens down the street. The Hernandez down the street. Vonda Kinderman, Argentinian. Strong black families, the Mahone family. The Johnsons, the Andersons, the Tompkins. We all worked together to move our community and our neighborhood forward. We all came on our corner, we all took that bus together, and we all came home on that bus together. And we watched our parents work together to make our neighborhood safe. The unfortunate part about that is opportunities move on, you grow up, you realize some parts of the immigrant community have more successful track records than other parts of the immigrant community. You realize the access and equity for opportunities not shared by everybody. You realize that we have prosperous building opportunities along I-94, but you also realize we have 1,000 homeless kids in this district. The Mahone Fund works hard with our corporate partners to provide equitable opportunities for our students so they could come home and work in this community, so they could come home and thrive like I came back to thrive. And as a black man, I stayed in this community so I could make sure our students had opportunities to come home and partner with us in our internship program, which is why we get the calls from Snap-on, which is why we get the calls from Aurora Healthcare, why we get the calls from Bear Development, why we get the calls from Herzing, why we get the calls from Gruber Law Offices, so they could create a stronger and more robust workplace environment. Their bottom line is better because of that. So I'm asking you tonight, even though you didn't get the purpose, even though you didn't get the financial reasons, to fix it right here. You're elected to fix the problems right here. I'm here as chair of the Mahone Fund to say, partner with the Mahone Fund. We will work with you to bring the kids to you. We have kids in our pipeline. We have our corporate folks right here with us telling you we need a more diverse environment to make us more robust and competitive in this region, just like they do in Milwaukee County, just like they do in Racine County. My time is running out, but don't let the time run out on you. Do not let the time run out on you. We have cameras outside this building. We have a trial this week. This community is hurting. The world needs to hear your voice tonight that you support the EDI position, which will align you with our partners in the region so that the EDI position will be at the same table as Milwaukee tries to progress, as I try to progress with our students. You've heard the numbers from Adeline. You've heard the numbers from Jeff Hill. He invested in downtown Kenosha so that we could provide more opportunities for people. The Mahone Fund does the same thing. And I'm asking you to please, and all of you, that we all sit down at these other fundraisers and write checks to other organizations. You know this community is hurting. You know the gaps in our community where black people are struggling, where the LGBTQ members do not have access. Members of the communities with disabilities don't have access. This is not just about a black dude getting a job for an EDI coordinator position. The lens that Dr. Fullen was talking about, I had the lens from Italians in my neighborhood. I had the lens of Germans in my neighborhood, and Hispanics, and Latinos, because we all work together. So I have an open lens of color. It's not all about the black dude getting a job. The black dudes aren't getting the jobs. We need your help. And I'm telling you right now, my name, I want to put my name next to your name and support you tomorrow and sit with HR and answer the questions you didn't get answered. But please do not leave this position out of the budget. We cannot afford not to have that position. I'm asking you to work with us. I'm asking you to work with our corporate partners. And at the very end of the day,
Thank you, Tim.
thank you, I apologize.
Good evening, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to speak. My address is 6125 10th Street in the great village of Summers. My name is Dave Giordano. I'm the Executive Director at Root Pike Watershed Initiative Network. That's a mouthful, but what we do is we protect the watersheds here in southeastern Wisconsin. We're a 501c3 nonprofit that was started by the DNR about 25 years ago because there was no grassroots local organization to address the highly impaired watersheds that all flow into Lake Michigan here in southeastern Wisconsin. I'm here today to ask your support for funding the South Branch rehabilitation. It's an incredible project. It comes along once in a lifetime. It's really what our organization was created for, is to advance projects like this that have significant impact on the community in a lot of ways. We had a number of voices here talk about over the last month why this project is so important. And I just wanted to level set here today just to make sure everyone knew really the key ingredient to this recipe, and that is flood control. The recipe starts there. When we control flooding in our neighborhood and in our community, we clean up our water, we create more habitat, we create more access, public access for all kinds of audiences and all kinds of residents and all kinds of visitors. When we restore those areas, they become part of our community brand. They become our essence, much like Petrifying Springs and some of the other great parks in our area. When we control flooding, we also create incredible economic opportunities. We reduce impacts on private landowners that have very little control over what happens upstream. We impact great places like Hawthorne Hollow, Carthage College, the Kenosha Country Club, and all the landowners in between there that cannot do this on their own. So we're poised with this $10 million grant from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers again, I'll say it again because I still can't believe it. It's $10 million. That $10 million is the catalyst to changing the headwaters of the Pike River and reduce and mitigate and in a lot of cases remove the challenges that we've looked at and the community has faced for over 25 years. Sewer PAC has done a study on it. We've helped fund a $250,000 study on it. There's numerous studies out there that say the South Branch is the problem and we need to fix it. It's critical. We can do it. We can do it here tonight. We're at that stage. There's an incredible opportunity. And I look at it, you know, I got a lot of gray hair now. I never thought I'd have this much gray hair, but this isn't about me anymore. And it's really, you know, in a lot of cases, it's not a lot about a lot. It's not a lot. It doesn't have a lot to do with everybody in this room. It has to do a lot with our children and our children's children. And I know that might sound cliche, but it's true. This project will last for generations. And our children will look back on this, in this decision, and say, wow, they did the right thing. They did something incredible here. This is great, and we're grateful. If we don't do it, it's the opportunity with the Army Corps. We've been in this engagement period with them for over 5 years. We've helped write grants. We've helped bring this money into the community. If we don't do it, and we someday want to decide to get back married with the Army Corps, that's unlikely. Now, they'll never say that, but that opportunity, I think we'll all know, would be lost. So, in summary, I'm really, really excited about being able to make this project happen. The community is going to look at this and say, wow, this is phenomenal. And it starts with flood control. It brings habitats back. It creates clean water where people want to live. It's doing it in the floodplain, which is undevelopable land anyway. Now is the time. I urge you to vote for this project and make it happen. And I'm happy to entertain any questions afterwards about the scope of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jean Moran, and I live at 5460 99th Street, Pleasant Prairie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am standing before you as a business leader in Kenosha County, and I am in support of the DEI coordinator position, and I'd just like to explain why that is. I don't think I can speak to it as well as so many people who have come before me, but I can at least tell you as a business leader why it's so impactful to us. We moved our business here 30 years ago to Kenosha County from Illinois. I almost immediately fell in love with Kenosha. The environment here was welcoming to me. I immediately found mentors. I found coaches. They were encouraging. They stood beside me when we went through good times and when we went through bad times. And I have nothing bad to say about them. It was quite wonderful. Sadly, I thought everyone living here was having the same experience that I was. Embarrassingly, until a few years ago when I retired and the business came under the leadership of my children, the third generation, I realized how limited my network was in Kenosha and that it did not include a huge part of the future success of Kenosha. I have a great respect, those of you who know me, I have a great respect for the leaders who came before me. They created an environment that caused myself, my family, and our employees to thrive here. Having said that, like all of us, there were some things they missed. And it is my belief that our responsibility as the next generation is to stand on the shoulders of the generation that came before us and to fix the things that they, for whatever reason, did not fix. To keep what they did that was wonderful and to fix the things that they missed. And that's why I'm here tonight, because I have a strong commitment to that. The DEI position is only a start in my mind. It is not a position that's going to give our minority or whatever, our diverse communities, an unfair advantage. It's a position that will give them the fair advantage that they have not had for so many years in this community. A couple weeks ago, I was at an Inspire event that the Kenosha Area Business Association put on, and there was a young man who grew up here in Kenosha, and he got up and he spoke, and he told about his experience growing up in Kenosha, and it was one that I would think would bring most of the people in this room to tears. It was not a good one. And he left Kenosha because he knew that he could never live into his genius living in this community. He is now very well recognized in the city of Chicago. He has done amazing things, and he has been hugely successful in his own career as a result of all that. And I caught myself thinking, dang, God, I hate to lose a guy like that. Why couldn't we have him here, especially given what we went through this last year? He could have made such a difference. And at the same time, there was another voice in my head that said, thank goodness he left, because I don't know that he ever would have been who he was capable of becoming. And so that's why I stand here in front of you tonight. I have some hope from being here last night. You've all respectfully, and I so appreciate that, listened to a very diverse group of people. We come in all colors tonight. We come from all professions tonight. We come from all age groups tonight. And so many of us, almost all of us, are asking that you put this position back into the budget. And I thank you for listening to us. I think that's about all I have to say. So again, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Guerrero, 4323 17th Avenue. I was provided the opportunity to speak yesterday, and I shared some of my experiences in hiring over the last 15 years and very obvious barriers to employment that I saw people of color experiencing. And I listened and was waiting for someone to kind of address the issue of what diversity, equity, and inclusion, what a position like that would actually entail. And I think there's a misrepresentation of what that means. I've heard a lot of people saying that it would just be hiring people of color. That in its entirety is not correct. The intention is that for a position like that with diversity, equity, and inclusion in mind, it's making sure that the equal opportunity is that individuals of color could even apply and be considered for the positions. Not that they would automatically be accepted because of their skin color, because of a religious preference or anything of those sorts. It's making sure that we're removing the barriers that would eliminate them from being considered to begin with. So again, in my 15 years of experience in hiring, I'm gonna explain what one of those barriers might look like. When we talk about bias, we talk about the way that someone views things versus another person, and assuming that it's only applicable in the way they see it through their eyes. I have had the opportunity to train new managers who might be looking at resumes, applications, considering applicants for the first time. And a common thread is not understanding that not everyone has the same educational career pursuits. Not everyone has the opportunity to go to school for 4 years and in one complete stretch, and not holding that against individuals. That's a privilege. That's a privilege that not everybody has. And I've heard people say, well, they stopped going to school, they did food service work for 2 years, they went back to school, yeah, they got their degree, but they don't really have a lot of real world experience. And okay, so meeting minimum requirements, that's obviously something that is necessary for any role, right? Knowing that they can do the job. But taking that framework of that mindset that it had to have happened the way that a person of privilege had it happen to them, and that being anything outside of those boundaries would not be deemed acceptable or appropriate. And so it could be in the context of taking time off because we know some of our individuals, not even with just school, but with their own career pursuits. That's a privilege that not everybody has either, to not have to support their adult family. And having other individuals come in and say, well, there's a gap in their employment of about a year. So, you know, it looks like they job hopped. Well, again, that's a privilege. So the point of having a diversity, equity, and inclusion individual is assessing what's a bias and what's actually truly required to be able to meet whatever the needs are for any position you might be hiring. It's not only that, it's looking through the lens of how does every program, every division within the county make sure that it's supporting all of the county members, not just those that are the most vocal or that have shown up to board meetings. Look at this diverse crowd that you have here. I'm sure that this was my first time feeling compelled to even come to a county board meeting. I'm really glad that I did, and I hope I continue to come to more. I love to see how many people are passionate here for their ideas. But with this is what our county represents. And having their voices the way that it would impact them, every part of the county, that's what diversity, equity, and inclusion means. It's not just hiring people of color. It's making sure that when you do have people of color that you do employ, that it's a safe environment, that they don't feel as though someone is going to talk down to them or belittle them because they think they can, because of the fact that there's an elevated air of superiority because they are a minority. And that somebody else could talk down to them in that sense, making them feel like they're valued as well. That's not only important for the employees that you have, it's also important for the community that those employees and these positions support. So I just wanted to make sure, I hadn't heard somebody yet address what the totality of a diversity, equity, and inclusion position would be. It kept getting focused on just hiring people of color, and it is so much more than that. So I just wanted to make sure I took that moment to really explain in a broader sense of all the areas it could impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Glass. I live at 4323 30th Avenue, Kenosha. I just came here to listen, as the lady said before me. I'd never been to a board meeting before either here. But as I sat and I listened to everyone speak about their passion for Kenosha and this piece of the DEI, how important it is. Because if you look around, we came a long way, Kenosha. I'm born and raised here, okay? We come a long way. We done did a lot of building schools, more homes, apartments, and roads. A lot of construction. And if you put this piece to the puzzle, you're going to continue building. It's not about color. It's about working together, providing needs for different people from different backgrounds, okay? It's also about looking at all the people Kenosha has drawn from Chicago, Milwaukee, Mississippi, you know, New York. A lot of people have moved in this city, and everyone is different. But we all have something to bring to the table. And the only way it can come to the table is if we all come together, just like we built the roads when they tore up the old concrete. You got to start with new ways, new ideals. And then they laid down another fresh concrete. So this time it's going to last. What we're trying to do here is, from what I'm hearing from people speaking, we're trying to build a better life for our children, our grandchildren, and ourselves while we're here. But the point of it is, we need to leave a better place for everyone. Right now,
later, and in the far future when some of us won't even probably be here. We need to come together, put this position back in the budget, because Kenosha, we're very proud of you. That's why we're here. This city has grown so much. Let me take you a step back. Back in the day, you all know, everybody only depended on American Motors, right? You just go in the factory, move your hands, do that. They left us. This place was a doomed town. But look at us, we back on our feet again. But everybody came together to do this. Everybody can't do everything all the time. Okay, check this out. Keeping it 100 with you guys, okay? We have all these schools in the city of Kenosha. We got Carthage, we got Parkside, we got Gateway, we got a bunch of KUSD schools, right? But yet we don't even have some of those people working here. That saddens us, okay? Because we are your product. Not me only, but other people, as Tim Thompson said, before us. We can't keep letting people leave. We need to keep what we have, people that know the city already. As Shalonda said, you got to start in your own backyard first, and don't go out there looking elsewhere. Let's stick around. Let's deal with what we have in Kenosha. We're your product. Everybody in here. Legacy, Tim Mahone, Miss Mahone. Okay? I see a lot of people. What about Thelma Orr? Okay? What about Lavella Halls? We did this back in the Lincoln Center days. Look how far we done came. We done turned up and turned out 16th Street, no more taverns on every corner. We got a city, and it's looking good. We got a lakefront. It's looking beautiful. We got people coming in this city, but the only piece is missing now is the DEI on the table, because everybody just can't go to college. College is not for everybody, okay? Let's keep it real. Some people can work by hand, some people can do other things, you know, with their motor skills. It's not always about the book. Sometimes you just gotta be like a cat, you gotta land on your feet, and some people are like that. But Kenosha County Board, we're proud of you. We know you're going to put this back on the table. This is the piece we need, just like the concrete and all the construction going on in this city. We rebuilding, and we're going to do it right, but we're going to do it all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens wishing to speak? Any other citizens wishing to speak?
Good evening to the County Board. My name is Anthony Davis. I really didn't come here to speak tonight. First of all, I live at 5503 86th Place in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. I'm a chairman of the Deacon Board of my church, at Second Baptist Church. That's 3925 32nd Avenue. Also, I'm elected as president of the local NAACP branch here in Kenosha. And I work part-time at the Kenosha County Courthouse as a bailiff since 2009. Over 60 years ago, my parents came here to Kenosha looking for a better way of life. My father and his brothers lived in Bonnie Hames. It was a difficult time for African Americans because you couldn't buy a home. And probably the same way for a lot of other minorities. But eventually they did that. And the Second Baptist Church over here, the story is told that African Americans had to put their homes up and go down to the bank in order to pay for that building that's over there on 3925 32nd Avenue over there. I'm saying this because it's been a difficult road for African Americans, minorities in this community over the many, many years here. Like I said, my father came here, I was 4 years old. We lived in a corner over here by where you have the detention center, right by the train tracks. And every time a train rolled by, the snow would come into our house because the windows were so dysfunctional, we had to deal with that. My dad worked at Bonnie Hames, down at Great Lakes, down at Downey. Eventually he got in American Motors. But it was an on and off type thing. So we had to deal with eating government cheese from time to time and borrowing money from somebody else just to make to pay the bills. It has not been easy for our people here. Anybody with any good common sense, remember those days. This position that we're talking about tonight, I believe is something that's needed here in this community. It's not about black, it's not about white, it's about people needing an opportunity. Not everybody gets the same, starts at the same level or given the same opportunity. I consider myself fortunate. I put in 37 years working at American Motors and Chrysler. They gave me an opportunity to get an education. When I left there, I received a journeyman's card as an electrician. It took me over 30 years to get it because back in the day when a young black man applied for those positions, he just got bypassed. We figured you'd be a millwright or a plumber, not an electrician. So these things that we're talking about, it's been going on for years and years and years in this community. I think it's time out. We need to move forward as a people. Not black, not white, not red, not green, not yellow. As people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other citizens' comments? Any other citizens' comments? Any other citizens' comments? No, citizens' comments are closed. Thank you. I have no announcements. Are there any supervisor reports? Committee chair reports of any kind? Seeing none, we'll move on to appointments.
County Executive Appointments 43, Catherine Boda to serve on the Kenosha County Civil Service Commission.
Refer to Judiciary and Law
40
Committee and Finance and Administration Committee.
44, Michael Underhill to serve on the Kenosha County Library System Board.
Refer to Finance and Administration Committee.
45, Kenneth Schroeder to serve on the Kenosha County Local Emergency Planning Committee.
Refer to Judiciary and Law Committee.
46, Andy Bueller to serve on the Southeastern Wisconsin Fox River Commission.
Refer to Planning and Development, Education Extension Committee.
47, Boyd Frederick to serve on the Kenosha County Commission on Aging and Disability Services.
Refer to Human Services Committee.
48, June Sinkfield to serve on the Kenosha County Commission on Aging and Disability.
Refer to Human Services Committee.
49, William Erickson to serve on the Kenosha County Veterans Service Commission.
Refer to Human Services Committee.
Old Business, Policy Resolution, second reading, 2 required. Policy 1, from the Finance and Administration Committee, a resolution 2022 Kenosha County budget. Passed unanimously by the Finance and Administration Committee, Supervisors Gentz, Frederick, Celebrity, Kubicki, Franco, Uhas, and Wambolt voting aye.
Supervisor Gentz.
Presented to this board.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gentz, second by Supervisor Ron Frederick. Supervisor Gentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to rehash the presentation I made last night regarding the budget. I'm just going to say that, again, I thank everybody for their work on it, and at this time, we would ask for your approval of that budget. Thank you.
Supervisor Kubicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know, I'm the Executive Director of Kemper Center Incorporated. Since taking that position, I've taken great care to remove myself from any county board or county board committee actions or discussions regarding not only Kemper Center Incorporated, but the Kemper property itself. I feel that this is appropriate to ensure that there is not even a perception of a conflict of interest. Accordingly, I am advising that I will not engage in any debate related to Kemper, that when I cast my vote in favor of this budget this evening, it includes an abstention on those portions involving appropriations for Kemper, and I ask that the record reflect so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Berg.
Through the chair, I would like to make a motion to put back in the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Coordinator position at the originally proposed E9 position.
Moved by Supervisor Berg, second by Supervisor Gaschke. Supervisor Berg, you want to talk about it? Otherwise, I'll move to discussion.
I'm going to speak about it. We've had a lot of folks from the community come and speak to us in the past 2 days. There's been a lot of discussions that have been had, and I've got a script in front of me, but I too am going to go off script. It was brought up yesterday that in the past 2 years, there's been instances of us not getting the full numbers that we need at committee level, whether it be for grants or new positions or whatnot. And I think that we need to start tightening up the screws. I think we got a little complacent during COVID. But last week I was given the affirmative action plan that was distributed to Finance Committee. I'm not sure when it was distributed to them. And on page 15 it states that Kenosha County exceeds, I use air quotes, exceeds private industry in minority employment with a number of 20.7%. It goes on to state that we exceed the private industry in white employment with a number of 82.7. If you do quick math, 20.7 and 82.7, that doesn't equal 100. So somewhere there's some numbers off there. The report goes on to say that the county exceeds private industry and black employment. While that's legally a fair statement, that's an overall assessment. When you dive down deeper, and these numbers are in the affirmative action plan, it goes on to say that we do not meet or are below the private industry in technician jobs, administrative support jobs, 3 times lower than the private industry in service or maintenance jobs. Something that really struck me, though, when looking at this was the skilled craft jobs. Skilled craft jobs are literally 100% white. Going back to the report, Kenosha County has 0%, and this is based on a report, has 0% of Hispanics or Latinos in officials or administration jobs or positions. We are 5 times lower than the private industry in employing Hispanics and Latinos in service and maintenance jobs. And in protective services, we are 2.5 times below the private industry in employment of other, air quotes again, other minorities. Moving on to the page after that, it refers to female employment in Kenosha County versus the private industry. In technician jobs, The private industry is 68.9, where Kenosha County is 36.7. That's 32 points behind what the private industry is for females. Service and maintenance, we're 28 points behind the private industry of employing females. Since I've been on the board, I've attended every WCA conference, the Wisconsin Counties Association conferences. It gives me the utmost pride to know that what we're taught or what WCA attempts to tell us or teach us at the conference, we already know. We've already been presented this stuff by our staff in Kenosha County. We lead the state in so many areas. This position, if not put back in the budget, we're not going to be leading the state. Part of the conversation had last week was the position at the E9 position was too much. Looking at Rock County, Eau Claire County, Dane County, Outagamie County, Racine County, going into businesses here, American Family Insurance, Milwaukee Public Museum, and APTIM. Sorry, I don't know what that stands for. But when you take the average of all those positions, the starting wage is $74,000. That's higher than what the Z9 position is. Now, the number 99,000 has been out there, but in reality, that's not the wage. That's not the salary. The salary is $71,000. Add the 1%, that comes up to about $71,848 or something like that. Below 72, below the average of what business and other counties in our state are paying. The numbers that I had spoken about earlier, it says that we need to reemploy, because when you heard yesterday we had an EEO position. I'm not sure if that's a full-time position. I'm hearing it's not. So we need to re-employ that qualified candidate, just like we're re-employing a custodian because we have over 200,000 new square feet in the county. We're re-employing a custodian to that position because we need it again. We need this position again. The folks in attendance behind us have told us yesterday and today that we need to employ an EDI director. Veterans, retired county employees, law enforcement, social workers, college presidents and chancellors, nonprofit presidents, and members of the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission have told us, and folks from the work group have also told us that we need to reemploy this position. Black, white, Hispanics, Latinos, Asians, LGBTQ, women, men, county employee task force members have all told us to employ this position. When a community like is behind us tells us to do something, we damn well better act on it. With that, I hope to have your support tonight in restoring this position. Thank you.
Supervisor Palmville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things this evening. Number one, I fully support adding that position back into the budget. We've heard very well from people for the last few days how important that this is to our community. I've experienced it personally here in my work, so I ask that our board members this evening support that as well. I also want to say that I am the executive director of the Sharing Center, and the Sharing Center, like many other nonprofit organizations that meet critical social service needs for the county residents, has the ability to apply for grants awarded by Kenosha County. These grants are in the Human Services budget. So in an interest of avoiding any perception of a conflict of interest and in an overabundance of caution after consulting with Corporation Counsel, I am advising that I will not engage in any debate directly related to those grant funds, and that when I cast any votes this evening, it includes an abstention of those portions involving grants, which could potentially go to organizations such as the Sharing Center, and I ask the record to reflect so. Thank you.
Supervisor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the inclusion of this position in the county budget, and I'm frankly shocked that the committee deleted it from the budget. It demonstrates clear out of touch with the support that you have heard this evening at this meeting, last night's meeting, and in conversations with people in the community. If the committee was trying to create a firestorm, they certainly did. It's interesting to note the remarks of Adeline Green, a longtime respected employee of this county. She was the first and last EEOC director. That's a position very comparable, she noted, to the position that's to be included in the budget proposal. She held that position honorably for a number of years, and then no one succeeded her. It's rather difficult to believe and understand. Now, I'm sure the Human Services Department director will tell us they filed the necessary reports, and Mr. Berg has clearly stated what those reports show, that we're not doing our job. The fact that Ms. Adeline Green is the first and the last director, some 20 years have gone by, and now it was put in the budget and then deleted. That's an argument in and of itself for the inclusion, again, of this position in the budget. The committee wants to delay this decision to another year. Is it to be forgotten about for another 20 years? I think not. If you listen to the sad story that Anthony Davis told this evening, or the remarks of Mr. Green, who pointed out that for some 25 years there has been no top administrator, a person of color. Did we know this? Did we just ignore it? Did we neglect it? I think it's time to change. Clearly, there's a need for it. And if you don't include it in the budget, what message do we send to the community? What message do we send to those people who spent the time this evening, last evening, to come here and speak in favor of it? What is that message? And do we want to send that kind of message to the community? Or do we want to send the kind of message that says we want to grow, we want people to develop, we want people to return to this community who went to college elsewhere or here in Kenosha? People who see that there are opportunities here and reasons to stay. That's, I think, the positive message that we want to send to the community and to the young people within it, that this is a place to stay, grow, and have opportunities, and that the inclusion of this position in the budget is one way to begin that task. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the people that have come out to speak on behalf of their views that are in the gallery tonight, and I think we've heard your message loud and clear. We appreciate your being here and being part of the process. I can only speak for myself, but I do think that as County Board Supervisors, we are all committed to respect, dignity, and opportunity for our constituents. It's our duty, it's our role, it's what we're here for. We're also here to do the details, and we have to make sure that if we're going to get involved in a new venture, a new protocol, that it's done properly. So through the chair, I'd like to ask Director of Human Resources, Ms. Tappa, to come to the podium.
Claire.
Mrs. Tappa, if we are to include this back into the budget, the position of DEI, the person who was hired, who would they report to?
To myself.
Anyone else beside yourself, or just yourself solely?
I would be their manager, and of course I report to the county executive.
Right. So you serve at the discretion of the county executive, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this proposed position for DEI, I am understanding, if I understand correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that they would be responsible for promulgating and disseminating the policies to the different departments within the county. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that question?
That the person who assumed the leadership role of DEI would be responsible for promulgating and disseminating information in terms of their capacity to the different departments within the county. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be part of their role.
So in terms of review process, content, et cetera, and so forth, how does that occur? Does that go through you? Is there a committee that's formed? Just give us the mechanics of how that would work.
Review process of what? I'm sorry.
Of the information that this person would be disseminating, the policies, the protocols, the procedures, is that up for review, or is that just something that the DEI director would do in and of their own ability?
No, reporting to me, we would work together on those things. So there would be different types of reporting. We would anticipate that the coordinator would engage in the community, as well as in the industry, with legal counsel, and with an organization such as GARE, Government Alliance on Racial Equity, gather information that's relevant to DEI issues and to the county, and bring that back for the benefit of not only the HR team, but county leadership and staff as well.
And then one final question. In terms of the specifics, what is the annual impact to the budget, and what is the classification within the county of this particular position?
We have it proposed as an E9 pay grade.
Very well. Thank you for your attendance. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Uhas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clara, you might want to stay up there.
Just stick around.
Yeah, stick around. I would just like to make everyone... Hello? Is it... Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to make something clear to everyone in this room. Last week at the Finance Committee meeting, yes, the vote was 6-1, not in favor of putting this position in the budget. And the reason for that was it was very poorly executed at the Finance Committee. Questions were asked to Director Tappa as to what are the 3 biggest issues you see at Kenosha County government. Give us 3 that are going to be addressed with this DEI position. We were told, well, there's many. Clara, can you be more specific? There's many. We were given no direction. Every time we asked a question, it was averted. Answers were ambiguous. And now I kind of understand why, because it's been brought to my attention that exit interviews are not performed by HR when an employee leaves. So, how can I have an HR director be in charge of this new person when there's no accountability with this department? I have a lot of concerns with this department and how it is functioning, and I think each and every one of you should as well, because this is our time to shine. And as someone in this audience said, we need to start in our own backyard. And I am looking in our own backyard. And I am telling you right now, there are issues that need to be addressed, and I am not going to rush to put a position in, because I guarantee you in 6 to 8 months, if there is an action, everyone's going to be back here pointing their fingers at us saying, why haven't you done enough? Where is the accountability? We heard that last night with our Racial Equity and Ethnic Commission. People were saying it's been in existence, but you guys haven't done anything yet. Where is the accountability? That's my hang-up, and that was a hang-up with 6 of us on that board, on that commission. We all agree about diversity. We all agree about inclusion. We support that, but we're going to be responsible stewards of the tax dollars, because you know what? We're responsible for that out in the community. When I'm in the grocery store and someone comes up to me and they ask me, why did you vote this way? Or what does this mean? I have to have an answer. And right now, I don't. And I have a lot of concerns. And I think this board needs to take a greater look at what's going on in our departments. Because I don't feel comfortable just rubber stamping this position tonight. And if everyone who emailed me, I sent the recording to them and said, please listen to that 2-hour recording so you could hear the dialogue that took place at that committee. If you have any questions, call me and I'll be more than happy to discuss it. People understood why we voted 6-1, because we didn't have the answers. We were stonewalled and we were not given answers. And I would hope that as supervisors, when you accuse a committee of not doing their job, you take the time to listen to the audio before you come on the floor and you tell us that we're not acting responsibly. Because we are. We took our job very seriously. We vetted every position that is in that budget tonight. Everyone had to answer for the needs and the wants and the duties. That's all I'm going to say for now. I will let others speak.
Supervisor Frederick, Ron Frederick.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor pretty much covered what I was thinking. I felt that we didn't get all the information we needed. We were told that we met all of the criteria on, as far as employees, but not supervisory positions. I was seconded your motion because I was concerned, about the answers that we got. So we're left with this dilemma, okay? If we don't vote to put this thing back in the budget, then we are not going to get it back in, I don't think, because we need a 2/3 vote to amend the budget, amend to get 2/3 vote. So I would think that possibly we could figure out a way to amend Supervisor Berg's motion to put this back in the budget under the condition that we have input as to how the processes are going to go and who gets hired. So I would be open to something like that, but to put it back in the budget without any more information that I got at that meeting that we had, and I was the one who said, I agreed, then that's what I think we should think about, because it's not clear what the position is. I mean, I got this thing about what the position is going to do, and it goes on like, I don't know how the person's going to find enough time to get it in a 40-hour week. It's about 6 miles long, and it's got everything from 10 HR meetings, 10 GAR meetings, information, ART facility. Anyway, this is how long it is. So I think what we need to do is probably put it back in the budget under a condition, and I don't know what that would be, but that's my suggestion. Thank you.
I'm going to stop right now and just see if Claire, do you have any response at this point? I don't know about that list he's got, so.
Well, I assume he's speaking to a task list that I created. Apparently, the job description was difficult to translate into actual tasks and activities, so I had put together a list of tasks that I thought might be a little more understandable in terms of daily, activities of this person.
Supervisor Gens.
Did somebody call point of information?
Yeah,
Well, then what is it?
What's that?
Who called point of information?
Supervisor Berg.
What is it?
The vote necessary to
Go
have
ahead.
this added back in. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, you called on me?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were next.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with what Supervisor Uhas said, and I disagree with what Supervisor Frederick said. I don't just want to put it back in, and then try to figure out what it is. Okay, that's like, passing a policy and then writing the policy. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to just take 1 second and read off a list. I sat here, and I've probably taken more notes in 2 nights than I have in 2 years. And I'm going to just read some highlights of these notes. And they're just paraphrases and snips that I could write down. I'm not it takes a little time. So, provide a safe environment. Well, I pray that we do that. Safe environment protects rights. Sure does. We need to monitor policies and practices. If that's not being done, we have a problem. This position could not set policy, per what Supervisor Grady asked. They can't set policy, okay? We've got attract the best and brightest. Well, I mean, we're trying to do that. Whether they're minorities, whites, whatever. I think that as a county, we're trying to attract and retain the best people to do every job we have. And if that's not being done, we have to look in our own backyard, which is another quote I've got coming up. We need to create opportunities. Well, every time we post a job, we create opportunities. You know, I've been told there's no minorities other than one on this county board. Run. I mean, I don't understand. This position will look at what needs to be addressed in the county. Isn't that being done? And these are questions that I'd like Clara Tappa to address. I mean, these are exactly going to what should be done. Opportunity, equity, inclusion. Are we not doing this? We're elected to fix the problem. Well, that's a little broad. Give minorities a fair chance. Heck yeah, we should. We should give everybody a fair chance. People of color don't apply or can't apply. I don't understand how that can even be said. Bring the most qualified candidate forward. I pray that we do that. Create opportunities. Monitor a climate. I mean, see, when I'm sitting at finance and I can ask you, you know, when we get this grant, how can I measure the success of this? When we create a position, how can I measure the success of that position? And I understand that, you know, this is not a tie-down strict numbers position, but when I'm spending taxpayers' money, that's what I'm here to do. And that's what I need to oversee. And so many things that have been brought up over the last 2 days have been things that I'm a little embarrassed we're not doing if we're not. So I think as a finance committee who oversees HR, we need to have them come in and explain to us why this isn't being done. So, I mean, I'm not a racist. I believe in inclusion. I mean, if we could have minorities in the sheriff's department at every position and they were the best qualified for the job, sign me up. But, you know, to sit here and not be able to put a tangible accountability to something, I sit on the finance committee. That's what I do. I'm a steward of all of your finances. So, you know, until I get the proper information and we don't even do exit interviews. That's going to be my first question. If we don't know why they're leaving, how do we know how to keep them? So I apologize for getting fired up, but I've had 2 days of having this brought on me, and I don't disagree with a lot of things that were said, and it just, to me, it's it's amazing. I mean, I think we need to take a look at our HR department, and you know, I could go into the notes I took at the finance meeting of what was said by our HR director. I mean, I have like 7 of them. We're doing a good job, but we could do better. Explain how. Just create this position's going to magically make us be better? I'm not buying that. Just not buying it. So I'll be quiet and let other people talk, and that's, I mean, I wanted to defend the finance committee for doing their due diligence. We dove in and dissected and did our due diligence on every position, every half of a position they had to justify. It couldn't be a want, it had to be a need. And I'm not getting there on this yet. So, I mean, maybe we do need to bring it back. Maybe we do need more information. We'll see how this plays out. But Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Supervisor Rose.
Thank you. When you oppose a position like this today, you don't come right out and say, well, I oppose it. You come up with such excuses as, well, we all agree that, and then you say, but we need more information. How much more information do you need? It's a policy decision to be made. It really is not that complicated. Or you blame the HR director or her staff. You didn't make a solid enough argument. You didn't bring us enough information. Or you say things like, we're accountable. Well, we are accountable. You seem, Supervisor Uhas, to suggest that somehow the HR director here is at fault and something she has done or her staff has done is the real problem. Instead of really addressing the problem that has been clearly brought to our attention by the general public tonight and last night, what about what Mr. Davis said? Isn't that bringing you the problem? What more do you need? Or what Mr. Green has pointed out as a former employee here, that not in 25 years has there been a top staff person, a director, a person of color. What more do you need that the last EEOC director was Adeline Green over 20 years ago? And the issue is still here. We're still talking about it. So when you talk about what's accountable, I would suggest that we are accountable to the general public. Now, if you oppose the position because you don't like the name of the position or the work that the position does, don't hide behind somebody else. At least have the determination and integrity to speak up and say, I oppose this kind of position because. But don't tell us, well, we have to delay it or we have to have a condition upon it. I don't understand that. At least have the guts to speak up and tell us why, and you haven't. You're hiding behind these phrases like, we don't have enough answers. Answers to what? The problem has been presented to you. This is one of the solutions. It's not the only solution. I'm not so naive to think that if we create this position, the problem is solved. Let's go home and pat ourselves on the back. But it's once again a beginning, just it was a beginning when Adelaide Green took that position over 20 years ago, and just as it is a fact that nobody ever filled it thereafter. Let's fill it again. It has a new name, but it's basically the same type of position. So if you're one of the 6 who has brought this issue to us tonight for this long and arduous debate, I would hope that you would see the light and change your position, because there's nothing wrong in changing your mind here tonight and in support that position. Thank you.
Supervisor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Hello. Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Vice Chair Uhas and Supervisor Gens. But I know, it's shocking. But I would like to take it a step further, or a couple of steps further. So we sat through hours of citizen comments these two nights, which I learned a lot. I learned that things are happening that sound like they're illegal in our hiring processes in this county. Are they happening and we're not being told about it? Which is pretty scary if they are actually happening in this county. Mr. Green talked about how Adeline was the only person of color that was a director for 20 years. Why is that? Those are appointed positions. Why are our county executives not appointing people of color? That's not our fault. That's the county executive. An EDI or a DEI, EDI, whatever order you want to say it in, I wrote down DEI all the time, that won't help. The county executive appoints those positions. The county executive can do whatever he or she wants. It's been he in the past. And I'll follow up on that. I just happened to listen to a Human Services meeting recording from either January or February, I believe February, in which our committee brought up how
the Brookside Board of Trustees in that meeting, all the appointees seemed to be white people. And we asked the county executive to send us more appointees for different boards and commissions that are people of color and more diverse. Well, guess what? The next two appointments for the Brookside Board of Trustees are white men. So he's not listening to what we're asking for. I think that this DEI position was in the budget as cover to say, oh, we got this position, so now we're all good. All our practices are good. We don't need to pay attention to it anymore. But employees are saying it's not good. When county board supervisors are getting anonymous phone calls from employees because they are afraid to speak to their managers, because they are worried they are going to get fired for speaking out, there is a problem with human services here, or not human services, the HR department. When we get anonymous emails or faxes or things mailed to us because employees are afraid to speak, there is a problem. And it starts with the top, and it starts with our HR director. Now, one of these complaints I recall was back before our current HR director is there. Pages of complaints from someone from the highways department. It was confusing because there were so many things in there. I brought it up to the previous HR director, and you know what he said? It's an anonymous complaint, so we don't take those seriously. Anonymous complaints should be taken seriously. Our employees are so afraid of the repercussions of what would happen if they actually gave their name that they do this stuff anonymously. But we don't take it seriously because it's anonymously. Isn't that a catch-22 right there? To me, it is. Anonymous phone calls, anonymous voice messages, emails, things like that. When we have employees that are told, do not come to committee meetings and complain about anything because they will get repercussions from the administration. That is the problem with our employment issues. I had my brother, who is a white male, apply to be a 911 operator. He was looked into, his past was looked into. The sheriff's deputy who actually looked into his, background check told my brother to quit his job because he was going to get hired by 911. He never got a phone call back. He emailed, asked why he didn't get hired, no returns. Is it because he has a disability? I don't know. He was ignored. So there's things going on in this administration and in these hiring practices or the job, what people are doing in their jobs, that they are having issues, but they're afraid to bring them up to their bosses or to the HR director or anyone because they are afraid. That is what we need to look into. That's a first step. Then I think when we get our house cleaned up, then we can move on and focus on the next step. So I believe we need to get cleaned up first, and I would like to see, I was not aware, I apologize, that the commission was on external issues and not internal issues. I would like to see the Racial Equity Commission to look in our internal things. Why can't they do that? I didn't realize that wasn't meant for county business. It is?
Thank you. Just a point of information to go off of what Supervisor Decker stated. It was made very clear in the work group, and again, discussion at this county board, that the commission that we now have could not control the city of Kenosha, could not control the city of Kenosha's police department, could not control what KUSD did. The commission's goals and tasks were specifically focused at Kenosha County government, looking at our policies, looking at our practices, and what can we do to change these things. So I just wanted to clarify that for Supervisor Decker.
May I ask Supervisor Gully, did you get that same as the chair of the committee?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the resolution. The resolution mentioned
I don't think this is the language from the actual resolution. The resolution did mention review of internal policies, but I also think it's been incredibly clear every time we've talked about it here, the focus, especially through the recruitment of the people on the commission. I remember that being discussed at that point. But it has no statutory authority other than recommendation, unless corporate counsel would disagree with that.
I too don't have the resolution in front of me. However, my recollection is that A, that is correct, Supervisor Gully, that it is an advisory commission, and B, that per, I believe, the language of the original authorizing resolution passed by this board, that the intent of the commission was to review county policies, but with a focus on those impacting the public. It was designed on the outward facing, if you will, policies to see what could be done on that front.
That answer your question? Supervisor Gully?
It does, yeah. That's, go ahead.
Thank you very much for clearing that up. That's what I thought it was for, but, so they're not prohibited from looking at our HR policies and things like that. I would love for them to look into that. I mean, that's a great place to, to start, or to start looking into that. When I hear that it was for external things, I thought to myself, well, we can't tell businesses what to do on those things. So I'm glad you clarified that for me. So I guess I would like to see the Racial Equity Commission to dig into that. And
Well, that's off the subject now. I mean, the commission is separate from what we're trying to talk about.
okay. It's okay, I'm done talking about that anyway.
Right.
I know, you're not the only one called out of order for.
You still have the floor. Anything
Thank you.
else?
So I guess that's about it, but no, one more thing. So I guess I would like the Finance and Administration Committee to maybe come up with some goals or some tasks to focus on this, to see what the county's not doing. And number one, I think, would be exit interviews. Are we not doing exit interviews because we don't want to find out why they're leaving? Kind of sounds like it. Mm-hmm. You can't fix the problem if you don't know why people are leaving, if you don't know what the problem is. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just start off with this. Through the chair to Ms. Tappa, just to confirm,
Get a little closer to the mic.
Through the chair to Ms. Tappa, just to confirm what we've heard several times now tonight, your office does not do exit interviews with our employees. Is that correct?
That is not correct. So we do not do exit interviews throughout the county. We've been in the process of instituting that countywide. Currently, the Sheriff's Department does exit interviews. Human Services does exit interviews. And Brookside and Willowbrook have now begun doing exit interviews, and my staff is involved with that.
And through the chair to the chair of finance, Supervisor Gens, is that what your committee was told?
That is not the information that I have. The separate division heads do their own exit interviews from what I was told. So again, we need to look into this because I'm getting two different pieces of feedback. That's not what I heard. And as a matter of fact, I heard of an exit interview where no one from HR was at. So I don't know if this information is not compiled. And that's what I talk about, getting information. So to answer your question, that's not what I heard.
So through the chair back to Ms. Tappa, the Sheriff's Department, just as an example, when they conduct their exit interviews, do they convey that information to your team?
I missed part of that. They do share that information with my team. The exit interviews are shared with my team. My team does not conduct all of those exit interviews, but it is shared with HR.
Does it conduct any exit interviews? Your team specifically?
Yes, Human Services, and on occasion they'll conduct an exit interview when we feel it's important that we're doing them, or if it's requested by an employee.
So just to confirm, Kenosha County does exit interviews with the Sheriff's Department, Brookside, Willowbrook, and Human Services, and that's it.
Correct.
And how many
Consistently.
How many employees do we have in the Highway Department?
In the highway department?
Yep. Public Works as a whole. Golf, streets, everything.
Yeah, probably, if you're including planning and development, around 100.
And if one of them were to quit, nobody would conduct an exit interview with them? That's what you're telling us?
They're not conducted on every exit. We are in the process of introducing that.
Okay, so no.
And one of the roles of the DI coordinator, one of the tools, will be a consistent exit interview process throughout the county.
And I appreciate you telling me that, but again, this now goes back to what I said last night. We're told tonight that Supervisor Ron Frederick has a little cheat sheet, if you will, about what the tasks and goals are for this position. I didn't receive it. I don't know who did receive it. I know he did. I went through my email as he was talking to see if I missed it. I didn't get it. So again, that goes to the point of, again, administration is asking us to spend a lot of money. In this instance, sometimes it's just pass a policy with no context. With, we can do better, this is how we're going to do better. What it sounds like, to go off what Supervisor Decker said, getting anonymous phone calls, emails, letters. I've spoken with colleagues on the county board, they've received them. I received one last week. Too terrified to say their name, but with horrendous stories about what's going on at the county level. I will address one. This employee told me that Highway Department during snowplow season was making COVID positive employees or those under quarantine for COVID come in to plow the streets, come into work. Their truck was parked outside for them, keys in it, and they were given an outside porta potty in the bitter cold, dead of winter. So what that goes to speak to is the utter failure of an HR department that we have right now. And this, to me, is a Band-Aid. And we've heard not just over the last several hours, the last 2 days, but the last year since the riots, since prior to that, when this county board passed a resolution to adopt body cameras, that this county board does a lot of feel-good things. This county board likes to do things that make the public feel warm and fuzzy on the inside and give them the false sense of accountability. And what I'm hearing tonight is that HR at the county level is not doing what it should be doing. And now we want to bring on a nearly $100,000 position. And I get that's not all wages, but it's benefits too. And just because they don't get that check doesn't mean somebody's not writing it. We want to bring this position on that reports to you, where right now we're seeing with you at the head of the department, shortcomings. So what's to guarantee that this individual doesn't come into Kenosha County, go to you, and say, hey, look, this is what I've identified. We need to change this. Where's the guarantee to the 23 of us and all these people here and the 100,000 plus that call this county home that real change is going to come? Because what if that person comes to you, and often we're all told, we've all been told at some point in our lives, something that we don't like to hear. One of our shortcomings, we all have shortcomings, I have shortcomings for sure. And when friends, families, colleagues point that out to me, I don't like hearing that, nobody likes hearing that. But where's the guarantee, where's the accountability that it moves past you then to the county executive? Not just the outgoing county executive, but the next county executive, whoever he or she may be. That's my worry. And Supervisor Ron Frederick's idea of, well, let's pass it and then read and then dig into it, that's foolish. That's stuff we hear in Congress. Just pass the bill and then we'll read it. And then we collectively, us peons, us normal people, we make fun of those politicians because we think, how asinine is that? Pass it, then we'll figure out what's in it. Pass it tonight, this sounds like pass it, and then we'll find out just how ineffective it is. That's my concern. And I'm not looking for, this is me personally speaking, and I've been told by members of the public, some of my own constituents, that I am somehow less than a minority, right? My views don't always align with theirs. Well, that's fine, they can think what they want. Doesn't change the fact where my family came from, doesn't change who I am, doesn't change what I do for a living. My point is this mentality of minorities are at an inherent disadvantage, and that white people, in my instance, the 22 of you guys that I sit on this side of the wall with, each and every one of you owe me something. There's some shortcoming. That's flawed thinking. But it's also flawed thinking to approve this feel-good position for nothing to happen. We heard from the public. Make it a standalone position. We're not hearing that from administration. We're not hearing it from yourself. There's no accountability in that. We heard from one of our employees tonight who works in human services about the misgivings and the missed opportunities in a certain department. Now, I can't say she was speaking about her own department, but I would be inclined to think that. Typically, that's the department you know most about, wherever you're employed, your department. So my question to you, Ms. Tappa, is we've identified shortcomings at County Board. The public has identified shortcomings. Some of this has happened under your watch since you took over. What can you tell this County Board tonight you're going to do to ensure that these changes come about? And why haven't you, and this is what I really want to get at, why haven't you done that since day one? So go ahead.
Is that it?
Well, I still have the floor. I'm waiting for an answer. Yeah. I asked her a question. Can we get her mic on?
It's on. It's on. It's not. It's on. I don't know. Huh.
Can you not hear me? Okay. I have been in human resources for 25 years. The scope of human resources is extensive, particularly in an organization the size of Kenosha County. I have been with the county for 3.5 years. A year and a half of that has been through the pandemic. I'm not making excuses. There is a lot of work to do. I have a lot of things on my to-do list. Addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion is one of them, to do a better job of that. And that is why I went to the county executive to ask for this position and why we are asking the board for this position, to assist us in these efforts, to help us all better understand and do a better job of dealing with our employees. There are a lot of ways that HR is accountable. I am accountable to the county executive. I'm accountable to the counties, to the employees of this county. I'm accountable to all kinds of agencies. But let's set that aside for a moment. If I may, this list of tasks that you say you did not get it because I created it after the finance meeting, and it was requested by certain supervisors to give them a better understanding of exactly what that job description means. So let me share that with you. It's a long list. Attend weekly HR team meetings to assist the HR team to sharpen their DEI lens. Attend GARE meetings, attend workshops and network with their members, share resources and information with the HR team and county leadership. Facilitate the diversity task force. Oversee training and startup of employee affinity groups. Aid in the development of DEI goals and strategies that evolve from the employee racial equity assessment and the recommendations of our consultant, and in collaboration with senior leadership, assist in achieving those goals. connect with community organizations and higher education institutions, many that you heard from this evening, attend community meetings related to DEI, keeping a pulse on the community from a DEI perspective, as well as widening the avenues to these critical organizations for recruiting and networking. Attend divisional staff meetings to consult on DEI and serve as an advisor to managers. Work with the HR director to disseminate information to internal stakeholders and others as directed. Participate in investigations relating to non-harassment, non-discrimination policy violations. Monitor hiring practices throughout the county, including interview questions, interview team composition, candidate evaluations, and hiring and retention metrics through a DEI lens. That is not to say we do not do these things. This is to have a person who has expertise in this area to help us evaluate these things, look at these things, improve these things from a DEI lens. Engage with Corporation Counsel on legal compliance and report on issues and trends in the field. Research and develop metrics utilizing the county's HRIS system and divisional software as applicable. Monitor retention data and evaluate effectiveness of our efforts to support a diverse workforce and an inclusive and welcoming workplace. Participate in evaluation and development of an employee evaluation systems. Participate in any classification and/or compensation studies or projects, including updating job descriptions and establishing job qualifications. Again, it's not that we don't do these things, but to have an expert on our staff to help us make sure we're looking through that DEI lens. Coordinate racial equity, diversity, and inclusion training throughout the county, including participating in developing, selecting, implementing, and evaluating training programs, vendors, and facilitators. Participate in development and review of county policies and procedures. We do it on an annual basis. This person would be involved in that. We bring that to you during the budget process to consider those policy changes. Participate in the budget review and analysis of HR-related budget requests each year. Prepare the EEO4 report and develop affirmative action plan annually. Serve as the staff resource to the Kenosha County Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission and attend monthly commission meetings and their subcommittee meetings as needed. I created that task list from the job description. All of those things fit within that job description, and I understand for a layperson you may not have been able to translate that. So that's why I created that list. You can also look at this position as a risk control position, focusing on mitigating the risk of recruitment obstacles to ensure we are getting the best qualified candidates for the job, making sure we're getting our money's worth, avoiding unnecessary turnover, which is very costly. Every time a full-time position turns over, we can spend upwards of 100% of that salary in that position in recruiting and fully training that person to get up to speed. They can mitigate the risks of complaints that have to be investigated and costly defensive legal claims. An EEO claim settles on average for $40,000. That doesn't include legal costs. While studies show that 10% of employment claims result in million-dollar awards. Now, I'm not specifically speaking to the county here, so I don't want to be misquoted later. This position will contribute to our ability throughout the county to do a better job of serving the public by being better employees. It will help us avoid the pain of employees of color or those who identify as LGBTQ or any other othering who don't feel as valued or included as their coworkers. That perpetuates the recruitment obstacles, the turnover rates, and the damages to our reputation and our ability to serve this community. More and more of our grant applications are seeking information on how we are responding to racial equity issues. By having this dedicated role and the accompanying metrics and programs that we can attest to, we are better positioning ourselves to be successful, to continue to be successful in bringing these funds to the county and offset the levy. This position also addresses the expectations as outlined in the resolution that this board passed declaring racism as a public health crisis. That resolution states that the County Board of Supervisors expects that those Kenosha County efforts will include assessing internal policy and procedures to ensure racial equity is a core element of Kenosha County, working to create an inclusive organization identifying specific activities to increase diversity across its workforce and in leadership positions, incorporating inclusion and equity into organizational practice, offer educational training and activities to expand employees' understanding of how racism affects individuals, the health of marginalized populations, and provide tools to assist employees to engage actively and authentically with communities of color. And in addition, I just want to point out, I keep hearing about the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission and how they haven't done anything and they're not held accountable. They have had 2 meetings. They are still waiting for their bylaws to be approved by this body. We do have directors who are people of color. Not a lot. And yes, I think we can do better. This position will help us do better.
Okay, so my question still stands, and let me clarify this first. I certainly was not insinuating, and I don't think anybody else who brought up the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission was insinuating that they're a do-nothing commission. It's that they haven't done anything yet because they're so new. Give them time. That's my understanding. That's my sentiment. I was part of creating it. Big advocate for it. My question still stands, though, and you kind of danced around it. What have you done in your time as director to ensure equity? To see it here in Kenosha County?
Supervisor Rodriguez.
That's a question. That is a question that is in order.
It's leaning away from what we're talking about tonight.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
This
is.
position is going to report to Ms. Tappa. How are we going to be sure that she ensures that this person is doing something meaningful and not a feel-good position that costs us $100,000 a year? That question's in order, and I'd like to hear her answer to it.
May I respond, Chairman?
Yes.
All right. So some of the things that we've done include organizing a diversity task force, which included a group of employees from throughout the county of various demographics. They did review our policies. They provided recommendations, many of which have come about. The statement on our commitment to equity and inclusion that was added to the handbook last year. We are working with the Diversity Task Force to create, first we will train facilitators and create affinity groups for those employees. We have done a racial equity employee audit assessment to help establish a baseline so that we understand where we're at, and we hope to continue to do that at least annually. And those results are in the process of being shared, and we're working with the chairman to set up a time to share that with the board as well. I work with my team to make sure that we are doing our best to look through that DEI lens in all of our recruitment and our hiring, our evaluations, as we counsel and work with employees. We are working toward that, sir.
And let me ask you this. Would you be okay with if the county board decided, or I'm not going to ask you flat out, would you be okay with this position being a standalone position that did not report to you and reported solely to the county executive and to the county board?
Yes, I would personally be okay with that, but I really think that's a better, well, I think the county executive should be consulted on that.
But you're okay with it?
Yes.
The county executive, God bless him, he's on his way out. I care more about what the next county executive thinks than about this brand new position. That's the one who's going to be working with him or her for 4 years.
I have nothing to hide, Supervisor.
I'm not insinuating that you are. So through the chair to Corp Counsel, could the maker of the motion amend his motion to make it a standalone position? I'm not sure if he is willing to do that, but for my curiosity.
Procedurally, yes.
So through the chair to the maker of the motion, would you be willing to do that?
You said yes?
What's that?
Did Supervisor Berg, you said yes?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Supervisor Franco.
Oh, finally got to me. Okay.
You sec,
I would also be comfortable with seconding that amended
adding that to
motion.
the.
Thank
okay.
you.
All right. All right.
Are we addressing or voting on that motion now, or what?
He amended his motion, I wouldn't think
He
so.
amended the motion. So we have to vote on the amendment first?
If there's no objection from the county board, the maker of the motion can amend the original motion. That was, I believe, done, is my understanding, because it was sort of phrased as, would you be willing to? But I'm taking that as he has made that change. It has been acceded to by the seconder, so as long as there is no objection from the board, there is no need to take a further vote. The motion has been amended by the maker. The motion, as it currently stands,
He had no objection. I'd like to hear what he says. Are you amending that, Mr. Berg, or not?
I am fine with making the amendment to make this a standalone position. So my amendment is, for the clerk, to put back in the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Coordinator position at the E9 rate as a standalone position.
Is that what you understand, Mr. Gasky?
yes, I will be comfortable seconding.
Supervisor Berg, can we go with the DEI position? The DEI coordinator. Is that the correct?
Well, we'd be making another amendment to the
Well, I think, what was the correct title of the
the
position?
EDI, the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion.
EDI?
EDI, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Coordinator is how it is listed on the job description
Right,
that was
that's
shared
what
with this committee.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
And Supervisor Berg, if I may, just again, so that everybody is clear, the phrase standalone position in this instance would mean rather than reporting to the Director of HR, that person would report directly to the county executive. Is that your intent?
And the county board.
And the county board.
Oh,
Correct.
They'll be in the administration, so
No.
they'll be reporting to the county executive.
All right, roll call requested, Mr. Chairman, on this. Ma-
We can't do that yet. Yeah.
Well, we're continuing discussion.
Hold
aren't we?
on, hold on. Read
The motion that I have from Supervisor Berg would be to put the DEI coordinator at E9 pay wage back into the budget as a standalone position, reporting directly to the county executive. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what was asked by Supervisor Rodriguez, and
Well, I would
agreed.
clarify the county board as well.
Through the chair to the.
That's not.
I mean, when it comes through Clara Tappa's thing, or department, at least there's an oversight committee. There's no oversight committee to watch what this is doing.
That's kind of true. The executive committee would be a good one.
Sir, that would
Could we do
certainly
that?
be reasonable. The Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission is also reporting to the executive committee. So if that's what we mean by reporting to or oversight, I apologize. I wasn't thinking in terms of a committee. Yes, obviously the position would have a committee of oversight.
Hold on, no. Supervisor Decker, wait a second.
Supervisor.
We gotta go to Franco first. I'm going down the board, okay? You had a comment, Supervisor Franco? I can't
Well,
hear
you
you.
gotta turn them on.
Up now. No, it's on. I had several things to say, but I'm sort of focusing on this amendment here. Frankly, not quite convinced or sure that this is a good idea to sidetrack HR on this. But under the circumstances, I don't think I'd be supporting this amendment if this is going to go to a vote. It's now, after this maybe, then I'll come back.
Okay. Supervisor Gaske? Did you have your light on?
I did earlier,
Going by
yes.
the list.
I did earlier to speak on the original motion. To be honest, I'm unclear. Are we voting on amending Supervisor Berg's amendment, or are we?
No.
We're adopting it by unanimous consent. Okay. Okay.
As it stands.
Okay, so then,
As it was written. Okay. On this amendment with.
Thank you.
With
I'll
the
just-
additional information that you agreed to.
Yes. So on the Supervisor Berg's amendment, as it's been most recently amended, as it stands before us.
It's a motion.
Okay. Right.
Gaske is still talking. Gaske wanted to talk still.
He's done.
I don't think he's done.
Supervisor Gaske, you're finished. No?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As many of you, I've spent many hours over the last several weeks in budget hearings, and the reason being, this season that we're in right now is really one of the most important things that we do as a board. Finances, money makes the world go round. It makes our county go round, and the budget that we're adopting for the upcoming year is a very important role. In fact, probably one of the most important roles we have. So that being said, I appreciate my colleagues' concern about making sure that we're good stewards of the money that we're spending. I was at all 4 of the Finance Committee hearings last week, Monday through Thursday night, not because I serve on that committee, but because I want to make well-informed decisions and votes, and I wanted to have a seat at the table to be able to ask questions and give feedback. And that being said, when this DEI position was being debated, I spoke in favor of it last week. I seconded the motion tonight because I'm still in favor of it. That being said, anybody who really knows me, knows that one of my core values is to treat everybody with dignity and respect. And throughout the last several years I've been on the board, sometimes I vote like my colleagues have voted, sometimes I vote in the other way. But after the meeting, I do my best to treat each and every one of you with dignity and respect, to treat others the way that I would want to be treated. And that's the same thing when it comes to the diversity, equity, and inclusion position, the DEI position. I want our county to be a county that treats everybody with dignity and respect. And I don't doubt that everybody on the board here has that same goal. I have no doubt that each of my colleagues on the board has that same goal. The question is, what's the best way to achieve that? Some tonight obviously feel that adding this DEI position would be a tool to help us achieve greater diversity, equity, and inclusion, to be a stronger employee as Kenosha County government. Others tonight don't agree with that, and I understand, but I'm here to ask you to consider adopting this DEI position tonight. Some supervisors mentioned that they didn't have all the answers they wanted. Well, I was one of the people that reached out to administration. I reached out to the HR department. I received additional feedback before tonight's meeting to help clarify in my mind what it is that this position would do and how it would benefit us as a committee. the way I see it, diversity is a strength. I live just a few blocks west of here, just across the tracks. My wife and I chose the neighborhood that we wanted to live in because it's a diverse neighborhood. We value diversity. We value socioeconomic diversity, ethnic and cultural diversity, people from different orientations and lifestyles and genders. We see diversity as being a strength. And I think that if our county had a more diverse workforce, I think that if our county employees that were part of different minority categories felt that they had the support to be able to advance in their career, to be better employees within our career, that we as a county would be stronger. So getting back to the financial question, it's a good and right thing that we're asking whether or not this nearly $100,000 investment is going to be a good investment. That's a good question to ask. I would assert that it is a good investment. Some have suggested that we're doing fine. Some have suggested that because our raw numbers are relatively equivalent to the population of Kenosha County, that we're doing okay. Well, I would just suggest that even the most elite athletes, Olympians, professional athletes, they have coaches to help them be better. The world's most elite musicians, they themselves have teachers, coaches to help them become better. And we as a county, by adding this DEI position, even maybe we're doing fine, maybe we're not, but that's really beside the point. We can do better. And I personally believe that adding this DEI position in would help us to do better in this area. Again, I'm asking that my colleagues consider adding this role. A number of my colleagues who have spoken tonight have raised concerns with the HR department in general. Well, have you stopped and thought about the fact that perhaps adding this role would help solve some of those things? And now especially if it might make some people on the board feel more comfortable knowing that this DEI position would not report directly to HR. Either way, whether it reports to HR or the executive's office or the executive committee, I see this as being an important role that we as a county should include, and I ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Belsky.
Thank you. I'm Supervisor Laura Belsky, District 4. I co-authored the resolution expressing Kenosha County's commitment to achieving racial equity and transforming systems and institutions impacting the health of our community, also known as racism as a public health crisis. That was on August 4th, 2020, before the riots occurred. I also recommended in the resolution that we contract with GARE, or Government Alliance of Race and Equity and Resolution. That was over a year ago. Chairman Gully and Supervisor Palmaville and Supervisor Rodriguez, I think, did an outstanding job in putting together the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission group, and they should be lauded for that. The president of the racial, or the chair of the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission, said that their mission is to realize greater racial equity and dismantle racism in Kenosha through research, education, and ongoing review of current policies and procedures, as well as to present transformative ideas born through research, collaboration, and community engagement. I'm almost to the point of wanting to recommend, because we're a divided group as far as this, who the position reports to, and if this position should even be approved. Perhaps because they will be setting policy, they will be involved in policy making. Maybe it should be an elected position so that the people of Kenosha County can choose whom they want to serve in that position and hold that person accountable. No different than how each of us are elected and held accountable. That takes out any question of it being just a feel-good position. If they're not doing the job, the citizens of Kenosha County can hold that person accountable. They can report dotted line to HR and the county exec and to the executive committee. I don't want to make another amendment, but I would like to hear how people feel about that, because this position is going to be making policy. And I think it's important that the citizens of Kenosha select who they want to lead this position. And I would ask for feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rose.
I move the previous question.
All those in favor?
There's got to be a second.
Eh?
There's got to be a second.
You have no second? No second goes, nothing happens.
Gully, Supervisor Gully.
Supervisor Gully?
Wow. I had really great comments this afternoon when we started. I guess one question immediately to Director Tappa. With the change in reporting that's being suggested, would that change the way you view the position as far as seniority and compensation? Like in my company, that would change. I want to make sure that if we move ahead, you're able to recruit the right person, and so I'm just asking if that change in reporting changes anything else the way you would view the position.
I did not evaluate it as reporting directly to the county executive using comparable data. We were looking at positions that were similar to the way this one was developed. I'd have to spend a little time with it. I would expect it doesn't have complete transition.
Right. I mean, I guess I struggle with this because I don't, I really hope we're not setting a precedent tonight to review every staff position to this degree. And there are plenty of positions that have already been approved that no one's questioned being in the budget, that none of us know the full detail of what the person does, nor do we know the tactics they employ every day. And we take the faith in our staff. If there are issues that have been raised tonight, anecdotally about our HR department, I would love to address those. I would expect that our HR director would love to hear that as well. I don't want that to diminish the need of this position, and so I would love to move ahead with adding it back in tonight. I think it's the right thing to do.
Supervisor Kubicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's green now. All right, I'm all on it, okay? How's that? Ms. Tappa, I'm very happy that we had these goals and the specifics of that position, what it was designed for, here in front of me now. But it would have been nice at the Finance Committee to have all this, and you talking as passionately as you have tonight at that meeting, along with these 20 bullet points. It would have made a better impact on me personally, having all this. My decision would have probably been different if I would have had all this information at that meeting, so I can talk about each and every one of those as I see fit, and as the committee sees fit. I think you fell a little short on this committee, thinking that we were just going to let it go through and we need this, we got deficit here. We're all aware that we can do better. We understand that, but I like what I see here. I wish you would have gave us this then. I hope this is a teaching moment for anybody involved with wanting to add a new position and what you're going to do with that position, and let the committee members fully vet the position, and then we can get behind the position. But when you don't do that, then you can't support the position. And that's why I took the position I did, is because I didn't have this. And I didn't have the passion and from what you want out of this position. And I appreciate all the people coming, pro and con, and all my phone calls that I got, and grabbing me in the grocery store, browbeating me one way or another. That's fine. That's what I get paid to do as an elected official. I ran into buildings people ran out of for 30 years, so there's nothing going to scare me, I can tell you that right now. Keep it up, it's no problem. So I'm going to think a little bit more on this. I'm just telling you that was a shortcoming of that division, of your division, for not having this handy, and whatever other paperwork or goal-oriented material that you needed for us to study and overlook so we get a clear understanding of this position. As you know, it's something new to all of us here to ponder and think about. And yes, we are stewards of the taxpayers' money. $100,000 is a lot of money. There's no doubt about it. It's not pocket change. I get it. That's all I'm going to say for right now. Thank you, Mr.
Supervisor Decker.
Thank you. First of all, I think what the motion, or the amendment to the motion, which is now the motion because it was approved with unanimous consent, is not what Supervisor Rodriguez wanted. He wanted oversight by the Kenosha County Board and not oversight of, or Kenosha County Board and the county executive, not just the county executive. And reporting to a committee is not the same as oversight, because we have people that report to committees all the time. I believe that reporting, actually I believe reporting to Clara, who Clara reports to the county executive, would actually be better than this person reporting directly to the county executive, for the reason of what I stated before about employees being afraid to speak about what's happening at work. And a lot of that starts from the top, the fear. So I'm against the change, so I'm against the motion, or the motion because it has been changed. To speak to what Supervisor Belsky said, I am not in favor of that being an elected position. And it's not because I don't think that that position should be responsible to the taxpayers, to the citizens. We have county elected officials that are elected countywide that, people think should be working 40 hours a week that, show up a couple days a week, not even full days. And the county, our residents don't know that. We have another county appointed position that we've had to have how many other county employees do her job because she can't do it herself. And no one knows that in the county. So an elected official, we can say, is responsible to the taxpayers or to the citizens of the county, but only if they know what's actually going on. And when you have, people that do things and elected officials that don't do things and no one knows they do them, then how are they being held responsible? So I'm against that, Laura. No, sorry, Supervisor Belsky. No offense to your idea, but those are just my thoughts. And then I have a question for Clara. Back in 2018, our last county board meeting of before new county board supervisors were sworn in, I remember because it would have been the day that Supervisor Nordigan was sworn in. The county board approved changes to the way that the Human Resources Department is set up. And that was before your time. And actually, we knew that your predecessor was leaving. And I questioned and argued that we shouldn't change the way the department would be set up before you came on. And obviously, I lost that debate. And I argued that we should wait until the new board was seated also. Again, lost that, the same debate. But Clara, is there, since that was changed before you got here, do you believe that there's a better way to set up your human resources department than what it is, possibly? Or do you think it needs to be revisited to see if the way it's set up right now could be done?
Getting away from the motion.
Do you believe that it could be done better to help with the situation, with the, the divisions, with the equity and diversity and inclusion?
So that...
Because it sounds like your department's really overworked, and so I'm wondering if a better way to do it would help.
The structure that they determined before I took the position was shared with me when I was interviewing with it, and I was very pleased to see that they were taking that direction. In fact, I've heard from a few other HR departments throughout the state, county HR departments, and they're looking at very similar approaches, which is the business partner approach which we have. So we have a dedicated business partner to the various work groups. You're familiar with it, and it's working quite well. They get to know their employees, they know their divisional policies and procedures very well, they have very strong relationships, and I think it functions quite well that way. We also have our benefit specialist that serves everyone and our HR assistant. So I think the setup is good, at least it seems to be for now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Supervisor Gens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start out by saying that I'm really disappointed that Supervisor Rose doesn't think the Finance Committee has integrity. That's pretty disappointing, and we're not hiding behind anything. And if I hide behind wanting to be a good steward for the taxpayers' money, then I am hiding. Okay? That's really a ridiculous statement to make, and the Finance Committee should, as a whole, take exception to that. The second thing I'd like to say is, Clara said that every turnover of a person, we spend 100% to replace when they leave. So we have to retrain, re-educate. I mean, it costs us a ton of money when somebody leaves, and yet we don't do exit interviews. So there's so many things that dive in here, and it is exactly right to say we need to look at what we're doing in our own backyard. The last thing I'm going to close with is what a mistake to move this to report to the county executive. Okay, just think in your mind how this is going to go. All right, somebody takes this position, they report to the executive committee and the county executive. The county executive, or the executive committee, is just made up of the chairman's picked chair people. So if you don't agree with what the chairman's doing with the direction of the chair people, you're not really getting any input. I can't imagine us as a county board would want to create a position and not have it report to an oversight committee like HR reports to finance. This is mind-blowing. I can't even believe that we would consider that. But if you want to, have at it. Thank you.
Supervisor Berg. Supervisor Berg, did you have your light on?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Wow. A few things. Director Tappa, at the Finance Committee, I vaguely remember you stating something along the fact, or along the avenue of, we are below the standard right now of HR representatives to employees. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And do our current HR representatives, are they all doing a part of what would be DEI or EDI. They are right now. Not saying that they're doing a bad job. I'm not saying that at all. It would always be nice to have a consistency from one particular person who, that's a master's level position, right? That's what we're hiring here, is somebody that's focusing on that instead of having, how many HR representatives do you have now?
We have a team of 7.
So instead of 7 people doing stuff, doing EDI, it's one person that's been trained, educated in this position. What this also does, though, is it takes that responsibility from those 7 employees away and puts it onto this one person. So now, while we're not currently meeting the standard of HR representatives to our employees, we're increasing what that rate is now by adding this DEI position or EDI position and having our HR representatives focus on other relevant HR responsibilities. Not done. There's kind of been a can of worms open today on certain topics. And because of the diversity of people that are behind us here, that some have left because of the time that it is right now, they've brought out certain topics, or because of their discussions here and our discussion on a county board floor, we've kind of pulled some things out. And I want to thank the diversity behind us for bringing that. And that's what I think that the EDI position is going to do within the county, pull things out that we don't know. There's things that we didn't know, and because they're here now tonight, we now know certain things. It was stated earlier that, and the way I took it is that our HR director has to know what's going on 18 levels below her. Let's be realistic, 5 or 6 levels below her. That's not accurate leadership, okay? We've got veterans that are in this building right now. As a senior leader in a battalion, I did not know what my subordinates were doing on a company level or on the platoon level or the section level. I was responsible for training and certification of that battalion, much like Director Tappa is responsible for certain aspects. She can't micromanage. That's not her responsibility. I'm not, just like I didn't micromanage what kind of training was done at the company level in terms of weapons or how to clean your equipment. That's not her responsibility either. Now, if things are coming to her office and it's not being taken care of, yeah, that's another story. It was stated earlier that department directors are appointed. Yeah, absolutely, they are appointed. Director Tappa, were you approved by the county board?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, the county board still makes that approval. We could have not approved it, and we could have not hired her. So we still have an approval process through the county board. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wemble.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to everybody that came out tonight and yesterday and spoke. I do believe, the community needs to be involved to the utmost degree, so thank you for that. Most of my concerns have been brought up already, but I do have something minor for Supervisor, through the chair to Supervisor Belsky. You can answer from there if you want. Your idea of making this an elected position, did you do a lot of research on that, and has that been done before, to your knowledge?
No, I haven't done research, and I just thought it would take the concern for reporting to either the executive or to the HR director. It would take that out of the equation, and they would be held accountable to the citizens just like
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if there was some background to this where, whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. I haven't made up my mind either, but I just thought maybe there was some more research that we could look into. So, thank you. All right.
Supervisor Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments echo those of Supervisor Belsky and somewhat of Supervisor Wambolt. When you take a look at our structure of persons that make policy decisions, you take a look at, such entities as the sheriff, treasurer, clerk of courts, registrar of deeds. Within their own purviews, they make, to a certain extent, policy, and it's followed, it's adhered to. So I understand and I do support what Supervisor Belsky is saying. Perhaps this should be an elected position, and the voting population, the citizens of Kenosha County, can effectively judge the effectiveness of that person in that position. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Noodle.
Thank you. I guess there is enough being said tonight, so I'm going to make my comment very short. I'm going to be voting against this amendment only because I feel very uncomfortable, and pretty much everybody knows the reason why, that this position will report directly to the county executive. So I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you. Supervisor Decker.
Nope.
Okay. All right. I'm going to clear the board and start over.
No, the numbers are getting kind of messed
Yeah.
up, so he's clearing the board.
There's 3 different numbers on there, and it's hard to figure out who's who. Right now, Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'll admit when I am wrong, and my idea for making this a standalone position was that it would report to the county board. So again, sorry for the loop I'm going to throw here, but I won't support this amendment either. So through the chair to Corp Counsel, is there a way where we could make this report to the county board, one of its committees, or the county board as a whole?
Supervisor Rodriguez, I guess perhaps, I'm not sure what you mean by report to. The county board is the legislative body. The various parts of the administration have oversight committees, as has been demonstrated over the past month with the budget process. I don't believe there's anybody who reports directly and solely to the county board. As far as I am aware, I am the only person who serves 2 masters, if you will, both the county executive and the county board. Otherwise, there's the administrative branch or the executive branch, and then there's the legislative branch. I don't, certainly, again, I think someone could report to an oversight committee. Someone, I don't know if it was me or somebody else, I think someone suggested executive, and I concurred that that seemed to make sense because that's where the Racial and Ethnic Equity Commission was going. It could certainly be finance administration, if that's deemed more appropriate because of this quasi-personnel component of this position. So, I mean, certainly I think it can and most likely should report to someone because there will be, at a minimum, probably some sort of budgetary issues involved. In terms of oversight beyond that, as has been pointed out, I mean, this is a position that I'm sort of looking in parts to Director Tappa to make sure I'm not going to go too far afield, but based on the projected level of this position, I assume that it would be an appointment which would then again be brought to this board for approval, so there's oversight from that standpoint. I'm not sure what beyond that you mean as reporting to the board. Anybody can be requested to come and provide information or
can, you know, at their oversight committee, but I guess, again, I'm not quite sure what reporting to this board means in the context that you're using it.
Standing committee that they are accountable to come and speak to. That's what it means. And by doing this, you're not. So everybody is accountable to an oversight committee, except the executive and his department, even your department. So even the sheriff's department, he's elected official. There's oversight. You know, you're moving this into a non-oversight. You can't just say the county board. I mean, who oversees it? Who looks at its budget? Who looks at its policy changes?
And I apologize. I think Supervisor Gantz just essentially reiterated what I was saying, but maybe I'm okay.
You can keep your mask off, Joe. I got another question for you. So, Supervisor Belsky's proposal of making this an elected position, is that something we can do?
I'm not prepared to answer that tonight. I would have to look at it. I don't know that the board can create an elected position. The other elected positions at the county level are all constitutional. My gut reaction is to say no, but I've learned that I shouldn't always go with my gut reaction without doing further study, so I'm not prepared to give you an answer. I apologize.
That's okay. Through the chair to Clara, like I said, I'm gonna backpedal here. I don't like the idea of this person being solely reporting to the county executive. I'd rather he or she report to you and then in turn the finance committee. So to clarify, I know Supervisor Decker asked you some questions. I still stand by my belief that there are shortcomings with HR. I think probably a lot of that sentiment that some of our employees have is longstanding. But I'm also sure that some of those sentiments are because of COVID and things not being the way that they usually are. So my question to you is then, you're asking to add this position next year, and I would be okay if you answer this yes. Do you need more help in your department? How many more, you said you're understaffed for HR reps to employees. How many more, if money was no issue, what's the number that you'd like to see in your department?
It's on.
Yeah.
Now it is.
Try it again.
Hello? All right. When I made that comment during the Finance Committee meeting, I was simply trying to point out that our plates are full. We get a lot done. And I think my team does an outstanding job addressing the HR needs of the county. The general benchmark for HR is one full-time HR position per 100 FTEs. And in this budget, I believe it's 1,067 FTEs. So if I had a blank check, yes, I'd love to have 10 on staff in HR. But as I said before, this DEI coordinator would assist us in doing our jobs from a DEI perspective.
Okay. And I think that this will eventually lead to a resolution from myself. Maybe I'll have some co-sponsors down the road. But would you be willing to tell the county board tonight that should this be approved and you have this individual working on your team, which again, like I said, I'm going to backpedal. I'd rather it be under your purview than just solely the county executive. Could you see or would you commit to having one of the first tasks that this individual does be a poll of our staff, by and large, every employee? What are the issues facing? I mean, it can be a series of questions so we can identify why our employees are leaving. Why, are they, is it neighboring counties where they can get paid more? Is it private sector? Is it the workplace environment? Is it that they don't feel recognized? Is that something that you can commit to us tonight you would task that person with doing?
My plan is that this person would help us establish a comprehensive exit interview program. Absolutely.
Okay. I think I said what I said.
Okay.
It needs to go. I'm sorry, but I was wrong. It needs to go back. If it, we're gonna have it, it needs to go back under Ms. Tappa so that this county board has some oversight of it. I don't like solely reporting to the county executive.
Supervisor Celebrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to venture to wade into this quagmire myself and see if I can make any clarity out of this, but not on a more personal level or review of anyone. My concern is clarification, and that is, for one thing, to say that this position is one of the job duties, in essence, of a county employee. This is over the employees of the county. It is not to comment on the practices of county employees, that is to say, private employers throughout the county. And I heard impassioned speeches by commentators both ways. And I think it's important to clarify that as a county employee under human resources, we are primarily focusing on the workforce of the county and not the practices used by other employers within our jurisdiction. Secondly, I think it's also important to note that the job duties spoken of are job duties that are already in place. And at the committee level, at least, and I'm not going to grill Ms. Tappa again, at the committee level, at least, we asked, are these job duties in place? The answer was yes. Are they distributed among other employees or held by a single employee? And we were told that they are distributed among multiple employees. We were also informed that is there room for improvement? Well, yes, there always is room for improvement. And I think it's necessary to look at this position then to, through the lens, to steal the metaphor, of the fiscal committee that was looking at this. Most of the positions that we approved, as Supervisor Gens correctly stated, were funded either by grants or because we were paying as much or more in overtime than we were to hire a new employee. And from a purely fiscal perspective, would we like to add a half dozen other employees to work on these job duties that Ms. Tappa described? Certainly we would, if we could. And I think it's also important to note that these same job duties are in place and are already being handled because the federal government has the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission in place for a matter of decades. Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development has had the Equal Rights Division in place for an equal length of time. This is not new job duties that have come about in the past 12 months. This is to merely execute statutory obligations that have been present and possibly to execute the job duties more efficiently. But these are not necessarily new job duties. And they are simply being proposed to be handled differently. Well, when we fiscally weigh the opportunities before us as an entire board, again, reaching out as we have to the community at large, many people are impassioned in their views, but these are not new needs that are presented. These are ongoing obligations. And one question that I don't think has been directly answered is, does the county have numerous employees that have filed many claims with the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission against us? Are there many pending Equal Rights Division claims that are filed for bad practices against the county? I have not heard that, and I'm not to critique Ms. Tappa and speak of bad communication skills. I am here to say that we haven't been presented as a whole nor in committee with a need that has arisen of recent that should be placed into this annual budget, because over the past year, be it due to COVID or any other reason, we are now dealing with an onslaught of discriminatory claims. And as a consequence, I cannot look at this position and say that it is a need that must desperately be filled. As I look at all of the wish list of the other departments that came before us looking for employees, once again, I'll reiterate, there were other departments that wanted employees as well, and from a purely fiscal perspective, this position was not justified to us. And I cannot support it from a fiscal perspective, nor because there are new statutory or regulatory obligations that have come about which place an ongoing need that was absent in the past. So I will be voting against this provision. Thank you.
Supervisor Uhas.
Oh, I'm good.
No?
Yep.
Supervisor Nordigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had asked Ms. Tappa to send me some information on the position, and I very much thank you for it. It was very expedient. I had some questions, and she answered the questions. But what Supervisor Kubicki had brought up on the job tasks, I also got a copy of that. As I've been going through it, it has brought up more questions, and I think my point here is it really needs to be vetted better. I have to agree with Supervisor Kubicki. I can't see going forward with this because I have more questions that can't be answered here, and I'm sure would be answered properly through Ms. Tappa when I have it, unless it goes back to finance and I can ask at finance, and you know, maybe it worked out that way. So that would be the way I'd probably proceed. Thank you.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have some finance questions now that that's brought up. If either Patty or Barna could come up to the podium for me. I got both of you.
Yes, you
We don't know the question, so we're not sure the best person to answer.
Well, let me first start by thanking them both of you. I stopped by the office this afternoon. You guys were able to give me some insight for not only this, but for some other things. If we add this back to the budget as originally proposed, what does it do to the levy increase?
If it is added back to the budget as it was originally in the budget, it will, the levy increase will be 3.03%, and the effect on a taxpayer per 100,000 of home would be 57 cents.
So if this gets put back in, then this county board is going to violate, if you will, its own resolution that was passed some time ago about keeping it below 3%.
There was an advisory levy resolution approved by the Finance Committee back, and the board. There was an advisory levy resolution passed by the Finance Committee and the County Board earlier this year. That's correct.
I share the sentiments of this needs a lot more thought going into it. And I'm going to ask a question. This, I know this will probably bother many people here, and I don't mean it to. We've heard about the issues that it may cause by delaying this sole part of the budget and the need for a much more substantial vote in the future. Tonight we've heard that. My question is, in order to avoid that, if you will, the county board wanted to hold off on the budget as a whole, which I know some people, most of you probably don't want to do. What does that do what issues, or are there any issues, could that cause? With the understanding that this would be done before the new fiscal year.
They're, not having researched this, we might have some issues with public notice. My recommendation would be to make sure that a budget would be deliberated and approved tonight, whether it contains this position or not. My recommendation would be that a budget be passed tonight with or without this position, but not to delay it.
If it gets delayed tonight, the budget as a whole, do we need to, whether you can answer this or Corp Counsel, would we need to have another night of public hearing, or no, because we've already had that, we've had tonight, essentially would be tabled?
I don't believe another public hearing would be necessary.
So we could, with proper notice, which is 2 days, correct? We could, if we figured this out, we could then, with 2 days' notice, we could vote on the budget. No, what I'm saying is we can talk about this once it's figured out, more thought has been put into it, then we could say, okay, 2 days from now, let's hold a meeting. Or, the week following. I understand that. This is about the motion. I'm not making a motion to defer this. I'm inquiring about what may or may not happen.
If you're asking procedurally, Supervisor Rodriguez, yes, this matter could procedurally be postponed to a date certain.
Okay.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of concerns with this, a lot of questions with no answers right now. And I think that needs to be taken. And again, unless it's changed back to Claire, I won't be supporting it. But definitely not right now.
You need a 2/3 vote. Take a roll call vote.
Pardon me? I did.
Well,
I just,
All right. The motion that I made was to move all previous questions. It was seconded. That takes priority. It can't be delayed. It can't be debated. And what it means simply is that all questions on the floor must be passed, there must be a vote on them if we pass the motion to close debate. All right. Yes.
The motion is to close debate on the amendment as moved by Supervisor Berg, which would reinstate the IDE coordinator position, and as it currently stands, would make that a standalone position appointed by the county executive, and although there was discussion of which oversight committee it would go to, I think that's a matter that can be worked out. I don't know that that's crucial to the motion, but it would be to end debate on the amendment. If the motion were to pass, we would then directly go to a vote on amending the budget to reinstate the position.
There's not we're not voting on an amendment. That was clear. We're voting on a motion.
It's an amendment to the
The
budget.
motion is
No.
to amend
Yes, it
the
is.
budget.
Yeah, well, to put this back, not the amendment of moving the advisory, yeah. So we're taking his motion to put it back in the budget is what we're voting on. Well, first we're voting on the question. First we're voting on the question, then the motion. All right, I just want to get it clear. It's midnight. Well, it's midnight in my brain.
So you're voting on calling the question.
Hopefully, that'll cause it to fail.
Yep.
Well, no, I mean, you just got it. Wait a minute, it doesn't happen just like that.
the bathroom. Really bad. Why is my mic not going off?
Who made the motion?
No, you're not completed. Now you are. Motion fails.
What?
Or, I'm sorry, this confuses me. 15 yes, 8 no,
Motion fails.
motion passes.
No, motion fails.
What? To close debate, yeah.
Close debate.
Sorry.
Reiterate the motion.
Okay.
The motion to close debate requires a two-thirds vote.
Okay.
It is one shy. The debate continues.
Okay. Now, Kim Lewis can talk.
I'm not exactly sure where we stand right now. To address the things that have come up generally, I think that having this as an elected position is probably not the best idea. In sitting through the budget meetings as I sat through and hearing the presentation by the HR department on this position, the people who take these positions are trained. They're educated, they have master's degrees. It's not the kind of, it's not the kind of thing where you can just find some random person and elect them to this position and hope for the best. So I don't think that's probably the best idea. I don't think having this person go directly to the county executive is the way to handle this position. I do believe this position needs to be put back into the budget. I think it needs to be funded at the E9 level. I think this county, and I'm new here, I haven't gone through all the angst and everything else that this board and the people living in this community experienced with the riots. I think now is the time. I've heard this board talk about equity. I've heard this board set up a commission on equity. I've seen this board pass resolutions on equity. I think this is another step in that direction that we need to continue down this path. As far as what this person does on a day-in, day-out basis and the exact requirements, I think it's been set out pretty clearly to the people who have asked and again in this body tonight. This position is going to be new. It's going to be refined as we go along. The idea behind this, and people have spoken for the last 2 nights, they spoke at the committee meeting. We have been hashing this out. Listen, I sat through those budget meetings and we had nothing cut from the proposed budget except for this position. In fact, we added 2 interns back into the budget that had been cut. I think this is the wrong approach to cut this position out. It gives the wrong signal to the people who live in this county. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Supervisor Decker?
No. Okay.
No?
I don't know why it's on. I haven't buzzed in a while.
Supervisor Gashke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask Supervisor Berg, the maker of this motion, to rescind, or ask if he'd be willing to rescind his amendment so that this DEI position would go back under the oversight of the HR.
I know that there's both ways. I've heard from folks in the community through conversations outside of here that it should be a standalone position. I know that there are elements to the position that are relative to human resources. I think right now, to appease the aspect of reporting to somebody and an oversight committee immediately, then yes, I will make that amendment to go to HR so that we can clean this up right now, and we have an HR director to report to, and we have an oversight committee to go to right away. So, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the seconder of his original motion and accepting his second, I will also accept his rescinding of that second, if that's clear. I would like to go along with that to make this go back under the HR.
So you are returning to Supervisor Berg's original motion to put the EDI coordinator at an E9 wage level back into the budget.
Yes, that's my understanding. As a courtesy to my colleague Supervisor Rodriguez, I went along with the amendment, but I'm certainly more comfortable with it being under HR.
And don't do that again, Rodriguez.
Supervisor Grady on the...
I'll call the question.
Second.
Motion to call the question, seconded by...
Who's second?
Terry Rose.
Terry Rose.
Yeah.
Do a roll call vote?
She's setting it up.
I was like, what?
Just a minute or two.
Just a second. Just give her a second. I would clear the board. And call the question. Motion passes 20-3. On to the original motion. Are we voting on that now? The motion to Supervisor Berg's motion to put the EDI coordinator at an E9 wage level back into the budget.
Everything's going to be roll call. Does it take a 2/3 vote on this too? Simple. Yaski?
He's trying. Motion passes 13-10.
Back on the finance.
Right. Now we're back to the, where am I at? To the original resolution amended.
Any discussion?
The original resolution as amended.
Resolution 1 as amended. We're going to have a roll call vote then.
Roll call.
Let's go. Set it up. Ready?
Yeah, just got that.
I think I got it.
You're good.
I can't read my name.
Rodriguez.
Zach? You done?
What? The budget resolution as amended. Well, he did ask.
I did. There was no lights went on.
Okay, let's just go back.
Wait a second. Go ahead.
That closes debate on all previous questions. That passed. Therefore, we are voting, debate is over. That's what we did.
So we're working on resolution now.
That's right. He was objecting to that on the basis that we should debate further. That's over. Because, yes, it is.
As far as I'm concerned, debate's over. Take a 10-minute break now. Hmm? That passed 13 to, okay?
No, call the question passed 20-3. The motion, Andy's motion to put it back in the budget passed 13 to
10. Yeah.
Voting things.
That's what he did. So you just, should I announce it or you know? Huh? Debate's closed.
Yes.
We're voting on the debate's closed.
Yes, it is.
We're voting on resolution
Exactly.
policy 1. Yes. It was, that's what Terry Rose did, yes.
That's what Robert's Rules of Order says.
That's what,
That's the point, and you can't reconsider something like that. That's it. So, like it or not, all previous questions debate has been closed. That was the vote. 2/3 carried it. Now the main motion.
we're done.
And that's what the Corporation Council ruled in support of what I've stated.
That's your ruling, correct?
It is, under Robert's rules, it can be to end all debate. That was the motion that Supervisor Rose made, was to end all debate, call all questions.
You directing it to me or to the Corporation Council?
Well, the question, was that a legal motion? Because he had spoke many times on the motion.
First of all, it's not a legal question, it's a rules question. But second of all, the only rule is that you can't make the motion following debate. So you couldn't make a statement and then move to end debate. You can be recognized on your own to make the motion to end debate.
So basically now we're voting on the whole thing. Wow.
All right, we voting?
Yes. Is that?
That's the vote. Motion passes 21-2. New business. Ordinance, 1 reading, 2 required. Ordinance 12 from the Redistricting Committee, an ordinance to repeal and recreate Chapter 1 of the Municipal Code of Kenosha County and to adopt supervisory district redistricting plan. Resolution, 1 reading, Resolution 75 from the Finance and Administration Committee, an initial resolution authorizing the issuance.
One speaker here at a time, please.
Authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $16,625,000 general obligation promissory notes for budgeted capital projects, including road and highway improvements. Passed unanimously by the Finance and Administration Committee with supervisors Gentz, Frederick, Celebree, Kubicki, Franco, Uhas, and Wamble voting aye.
Supervisor Gentz.
75.
It's moved by Supervisor Gentz, second by Supervisor Ron Frederick. Supervisor Gentz.
We had them the last time, too. These are, I'll just talk like right into it. I know, that's fine. I'm okay. At this point in big scope of life, I'm okay. I'll just talk right into it, okay? These are 10-year notes, covers many of the capital projects included in the budget, funds for IT projects, paving of 15 miles of roads, right-of-way acquisition for the AY Roundabout and Kemper Shoreline. The list for these projects is on page 4 of the financing plan provided by Ellers. The committee passed it unanimously, and I ask for your support.
Supervisor Nudo.
Thank you. Well, probably I'm going to be called out of order again anyway, so that's the norm right now. When Gabe Nudo speaks, we don't like what he's going to say, so might as well, let's call him out of order. I have some company tonight anyway. So this is what I was going to say for the budget itself, which that's part of the bonding also. The 2022 total CIP spending is $62,289,000. In the 2021 budget, the total projected CIP spending was $35,224,000. This is an increase of over $27 million. Also, the 2022 budget projects 2023 CIP expenditures to be $41,967,000, when 2021 projected this to be only $25,050,000, for an increase of $16,917,000. Between both 22 and 23, CIP expenditures have increased $44 million over the 2021 forecast. This large deviation from the 2021 forecast reflects an incautious approach to budgeting. Decision made in 2022 budget will impact the county for decades. The work to complete this project will be left to future administrations. Knowing that the CIP forecasting process is not accurate, future capital costs could be much higher than projected in the 2022 budget. For example, it could cost another $50 to $100 million to fully complete the Pike River restoration project. The same could be said for many other projects submitted in the 2022 CIP for our approval. A more diligent approach that deploys best practices relative to the CIP is in the best interest of the people of Kenosha County. We are spending significant county resources to enhance new enterprises implemented in recent years. ARPA funds have been allocated in the CIP. Major work is proposed for Highway K and other county roads. Before committing millions to this project, some analysis may be in order. A full review of past, present, and future ARPA-funded projects will be helpful. An analysis of the contracts, including any recapture provision, could be undertaken before asking taxpayers to pay more money for park enhancements that benefit these programs and these vendors. The county is in the process of completing projects costing many millions that will improve existing roadways connecting to I-94, including 142, 50, and Highway KR. Do we need another major improvement to 60th? Or will other roadways and capital projects have a higher priority? Is there an urgent need to complete these projects immediately, lest their revenues be lost? These are just examples of important CIP review items. Much work could be done to ensure the CIP is deployed in a manner that truly serves our citizens. Approving these projects and issuing contracts for their completion would financial and operational settle a new administration for years to come, and not provide the opportunity to review the capital improvement program that has spent hundreds of millions under the current administration. Now is the time to allow a fresh look at the county CIP. I was going to say this at budget time. I was going to propose some changes. Because of my stupidity, I guess, I wasn't able to do it. However, even though there is so many things that I think the budget could have been reduced, there is also some important projects which they need to be done at this point. And for that reason, I'm gonna vote yes for the bonding.
Thank you. Supervisor Rose.
No, I didn't have my light on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to give a valiant effort here. I tried to remove this project out at Public Works, and it failed, but I'm going to try again tonight. Purchase lot, facilities, human services 2, it's $115,000. We heard at committee from Bear directly that they do want this lot. That is true when they take over the campus, but they're willing to buy it on their own. They went further to say that we have a purchase agreement right now with the property owner to buy that lot. Bear has said, unless something's changed, and they're welcome to speak to it tonight, Bear has said that they would be happy to take over that lot, or that purchase agreement, buy it on their own. The assertion was made at committee that let's just do it, it's only $115,000. We just debated for hours about $100,000. we shouldn't just do this just because we have a AAA bond rating. The interest is very low. They said they would do it. Unless something's changed, I would invite them to speak on that tonight. Do we have a rep from Bear?
Yes, thank you. S.R. Mills, 4011 80th Street. Our preference would be to purchase it from the county after they purchase it. However, we are committed to buying it. The only question I would have, having not looked at the document or the purchase and sale agreement, is its transferability. If it can be transferred, we could handle it that way. Or if this body so chooses just to purchase it, and then we agree to purchase it when we buy the balance of the 9 acres there, that works as well.
So through the chair then to Corp Counsel, this purchase agreement is, we have it already. I imagine you or somebody in your office has looked at it?
Yes, Supervisor Rodriguez, someone in my office has drafted it. I have not. They're not generally transferable, but I mean, I can't speak having not reviewed it personally.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. I make my opposition. I didn't even have a second. So that's it. The only one I got.
Anybody else? There's no other lights on. Have a roll call vote?
Motion passes 22-1. Resolution 76 from the Finance and Administration Committee, initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $7,850,000 general obligation bonds and/or notes for highway, bridge, and waterway projects. Passed unanimously by the Finance Administration Committee. Supervisors against: Frederick, Celebrity, Kubicki, Franco, Uhas, and Wamble, voting aye.
Supervisor against.
Mr. Chairman, I move Resolution 76.
Motion by Supervisor against, second by Supervisor Uhas. Supervisor against.
Thank you. These are 20-year bonds. These are going to be funds for the South Pike River project, bridges including JB on the Fox River, and Phase 1 of the Highway K project. The list is on page 4 of the financing plan provided by Ellers. The committee passed it unanimously, and I would ask for your support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
The motion passes 22-1. Resolution 77 from the Finance and Administration Committee, initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $2,870,000 general obligation bonds and/or notes for tenant improvements and lease payments on the Human Services Building. Passed unanimously by the Finance and Administration Committee. Supervisor against: Frederick, Celebrity, Kubicki, Franco, Uhas, and Wamble, voting aye.
Supervisor against.
Thank you. I move Resolution 77.
Moved by Supervisor against, second by Supervisor Kubicki. Supervisor against on the motion.
Thank you. These are taxable 10-year notes. These are funds for the Sun Plaza location for the Human Services Building. Intent is to issue $800,000 in 2022 for engineering and design costs. The committee passed it unanimously, and I ask for your approval.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Claims. Frontier Communications, property damage.
Refer to Corporation Council.
Meeting for the maps next week Monday. I would ask that whoever was in charge of signing it in next week Monday, please reconsider that day. There are several board members who would like to send KOC's annual meeting the letters, and we can't do that if I have to be here. We'd like to do both. Please allow us the same opportunity the rest of the people. And citizens can't get both here. I think it's important.
You got the motion in the second? All those in favor?
I didn't get the motion. Who?
Bergen.
Okay,
Rodriguez.
okay. All
All
right.
those in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.